Got it. This meeting is being live streamed. Got it.
Okay. You popped up.
Shalom, shalom, family. Shalom, shalom, family. Welcome once again to Shabbat Night Talk. My name is Uzi Alewi, one of the teachers of Congregation Beit Ha'akak Mabina, located in the Red Hook section of Brooklyn, New York. Giving all glory to the mighty King Yehoshua, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who gives us lives, food, clothing, and shelter, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Please give me a one if I could be heard clearly in the room. As you can see, I have a different setting tonight. And you know what? I forgot about this. Sister Rhonda. On Facebook, I could put background.
Okay.
So I could eliminate my niece's little
Toys.
yeah, her toys and all that.
Yeah.
I have a green. I think that should be good. That looks crazy. Hold on.
That's corny.
No?
Yeah, I mean,
You like the stars and the
hey. I think we should stick with the stars.
Okay, I'll go with that. Although you can see the windows. I'll go with that.
The window to the universe.
There you go.
Let me see.
Brother Sha'atiel is coming in the room.
Awesome.
And we'll wait for him to come
Happy
in.
to have him.
Brother Sha'atiel is in the building.
Oh, shalom. Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Are we
We're
live?
on live. We're on live already.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Shalom. My bad.
Shalom.
Take your time, brother. Take your time. You don't have to rush, all right?
Yeah. I was just talking to my wife in the background, man. I didn't know if y'all heard what I said.
No, we didn't hear that.
We didn't.
All right, cool.
We didn't hear what you said. Shalom. So giving glory to the Most High King. We got to remember our brother Sha'atiel is not Sunday, it's not Shabbat over there.
Getting ready for Shabbat. I'm still, look, so much so I was about to jump in and get clean. You know, we got to shower before sunset. I still got 20, 30 minutes. So
go do what you got to do, my brother, and come back if you need to.
Give me time. I'll be right back.
Just mute your stuff or log out and then log back in.
All right, cool.
We see you. Go do what you got to do. So we're gonna talk to you when you return. By that time, the conversation should be nice and heated.
Which is not fair because then I won't have a chance to put in my 2 cents. I know.
Now you gonna put it,
cause, baby. I'm a rebel with a cause.
We know you gonna have your 2 cents. We ain't even worried.
Shalom, Sister Rhonda. I like how you always represent the HBCUs.
Yes. HBCU grad here.
So we're gonna start incorporating Hebraic Israelite thoughts in these HBCUs.
I think it's time. I think Kyrie is gonna have us doing that.
Okay, I like that.
Different thought from last week with me and Kanye. So I'm
starting to see the big picture. You seeing the bigger picture. Thank you. And guess what Kyrie did? He apologized.
And we're gonna talk about all that.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about all that. I could compartmentalize things.
Yeah.
So it was like I always got a different opinion.
Yeah.
So here we go. So giving glory to the Creator of heaven and earth, Yehoshua, as our brother Sha'atiel goes and gets ready. Giving glory to the Creator, Yehoshua, for our lives, food, clothing, and shelter, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. I hope that everyone out there is doing good. As you can see, we got a different setup right now because I am in Panama, Central America. So little different setup, but hey, Todaya, that we still able to do this. And tonight was this week was too big of a week for me not to even consider coming on. So I felt like I had to come on and be with y'all. I know that a lot of people are going to have a lot of things to say. But here's the thing. You cannot reach me directly on the phone line at 347-622-9090. But you can reach me at the same phone line, but on WhatsApp. So if you have WhatsApp and you want to call in and chime in on this conversation, you could call me directly on the WhatsApp app, and then you could chime in on this conversation that we're going to have. So once again, as we seen in the news, as we had a discussion last week in terms of Kanye West and the statements that he made, and now Kyrie Irving. Kyrie didn't really make a statement. Kyrie just shared a link of a documentary that's named From Hebrews to Negroes. I forgot. I think the brother who produced that documentary name is Ron Dalton. I could be wrong. Can you please research that for me, Sister Rhonda?
Yep.
Ron Dalton, I believe, and there were some things in the documentary that, the people were not too happy with. And I'm going to just leave it at that, by saying the people. And, it was a firestorm brought upon Brother Kyrie Irving. And mainly because of some of the, one thing that they brought out of the whole documentary. Now, I believe it's about a 3-hour documentary. Me personally, I've never seen the documentary, so I can't comment on it. So I would like to open up the lines tonight for people who have seen the documentary. But what everyone keeps harping on is the fact that there was something in the documentary in terms of the Holocaust, and people or the documentary stating that the Holocaust was not real, right? So those are certain issues that we're going to get into and talk about tonight. At the end of the day, Brother Kyrie Irving, I thought he was going to stand on the square, but at the end, he ends up apologizing, I guess, and what I gathered from his apology was more so in terms of I guess not vetting the material and not understanding what was on it. So I don't want to give my opinion yet, because I'm kind of waiting for Brother Sha'at here to get on so that he can have an opportunity to say what he has to say. But I'm going to leave it open to everyone tonight. The number is 347-622-9090, 347-622-9090. Sister Rhonda, how you doing?
I'm doing Tove. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about you? Do you have anything to say on this topic?
Yeah, I definitely want to wait till we all three of us are on, but I did have a couple views on it. I thought about, the way we discussed Kanye West last week, and then I thought about what happened with Kyrie this week, and my first thought was, no matter if you go off the rails like Kanye West, or you try to do it eloquently, and say who try to say who we are as a people, is still not going to be accepted. So I'm kind of weighing, between the both of them, because it doesn't matter who says it or how it's said, it still won't be accepted, whether you're going off the rails or you're just trying to do it very eloquently and intelligently like Kyrie did. It's still a dub for them. It's just not gonna. It's not gonna work.
My opinion on the whole matter is this. If we stay on topic, we can't be denied. Mm-hmm. If you understand what is it that gets us in trouble as a community, as a people, it's because we go off topic.
Right.
The conversation is, how can I be anti-Semitic when I am Semitic? Mm-hmm. That's what has to be proven. Kyrie, although I believe a little better than Kanye, and I believe that he was also, he was put through the ringer. Yeah. You have to understand certain sensitive things and certain things that cannot be talked about if you don't have factual, historical data to support it. If you have something that's saying that the Holocaust did not happen, that's going to always get you in trouble, because you're basically saying you're denying a factual incident that happened in the history of the world, that happened to a people. And, I'm not comparing their Holocaust versus ours. You just can't go around saying that, the Jewish Holocaust didn't happen. You can't. Right. It's just something that you can't go around saying. But, Kyrie, to his defense, he said he didn't vet the material. He was researching the name Yehovah. And then he came across the documentary. He shared it on his Twitter. And of course, they try to take him apart for that. I like the way that he stood on his square, and he spoke about the injustices of Black people in America and all the things that happen to Black people, and how, no one cares about them, and so forth and so on. And I think at the end, what he apologized for is not vetting the material and knowing that that information was in there. But going back to like how I said about Kanye, these guys don't know how to stay on topic and discuss the actual information in terms of who we are, what we are, exactly why do we come up with the conclusions that we come up with, and stay on that point. You see, once we stay on that point, we cannot be denied, because it's factual. You can't deny facts. So where we fall apart is once we start trying to use the other material in order to disprove something, and then we fall on our faces, and then they take everything and disregard it because something that was said might be off.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
so okay. Go ahead.
I heard
my brother.
I heard both of y'all comments, and I do appreciate what Rhonda, Sister Love, Sister Soldier said when she was like, Kanye approached it one way and Kyrie approached it a different way. You got the same outcome. Here's why I go with this. I was just telling my sister, in order to beat your enemy, you have to know the terrain that they fighting on. You got to know how they're going to fight. One thing that I appreciate about our very own Samal Zakar, last week as he was teaching on Beit Kakma Bina Da'at channel, he brought up the definition of anti-Semitic. Mm-hmm. The American definition. This changes the game of how we fight this war. What is the definition of anti-Semitic? Silence. Nobody answers. Now we have our definition.
No, right? I know what anti-Semitic is. You were asking a question, or you?
I'm asking the question. What does it mean?
All right. So anti-Semitic, the origins of anti-Semitic, because I did a research, was started in the 1800s by actually a German man, or the word that came about was negative propaganda that was spewed about Jewish people in Germany. By the time the Nazis got into it, they began to say things like the Jews are, they control everything. They control everything that they do. They started creating caricatures about the Jews being devils and evil and all types of stuff. And this was the beginning of the Nazi Party and trying to influence the German society to look at the Jews as being other than human, or that they were taking away all their jobs and all their opportunities and things like that. So once you get into the thing, like once you start saying things like Jews control all the media, once you start saying things like Jews control all the banks, once you say that, that's considered anti-Semitic in the eyes of America.
In the eyes of America. And
right.
This is where we as Black Hebrew Israelites, where we fall into this dilemma.
Talk about it.
Did you guys see, because Kyrie apologized.
He sent out a tweet. I think he apologized more so for not vetting the information in terms of the Holocaust not existing. That's what I understood it as.
He apologized because the powers that be made him, first of all. All right. That's a period. Because the powers that be made him apologize against his own will. Okay. I think
he apologized because he actually went to look at that documentary, and he realized that, because he stood on the square.
He saw the documentary before he posted it, and he knew the information was on it. Kyrie is a smart, educated man with a degree from Duke University. Okay, let's not get this.
He doesn't have. I don't think he has a degree from Duke. I think he left after 1 year. I don't know if he went back.
He finished.
He finished it. Okay, good.
But
that's good.
What I'm saying is because in his apology, he said in his search and studying, and he.
Let's read his apology. I got it right here. You want me to share it?
Sure, yeah. It's important for the people because I don't like that we just give out information without the full story. You know what I mean? We have to now. I looked into his apology. I looked in all his interviews to get a clear understanding, just like I did with Kanye West, so that we don't misunderstand and we're not going to mislead the people. Let's not mislead.
So it says here, you see it? Y'all see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who wants to read it? I'm not the greatest reader in the world.
I can't see it, but I got a snippet. Maybe.
All right, so I'll try to read it. It says here, while doing research on Yehovah, I said YHWH. That's what he said. I posted a documentary that contains some false anti-Semitic statements, narratives, and language that were untrue and offensive to the Jewish race, religion. Now I take full accountability and responsibility for my actions. I'm grateful to have a big platform to share knowledge, and I want to move forward by having an open dialogue to learn more and grow from this. To all Jewish,
like we do scriptures.
You want to break it down like that? Go ahead. You go ahead.
Verse by verse, because let's look deep into this apology.
Okay.
Remember, this was days later. He posted this thing a week ago.
Right.
The Brooklyn Nets gave him a few days to speak to the press to explain himself after the post before they made any disciplinary actions.
He stood on his square.
When he first went to the press, he said, I'm not going to apologize because I didn't make the documentary. He said, all I did was tweet it. I didn't say whether I was for it or against it. All I did was share it. And you guys are blaming me or calling me anti-Semitic because
I'm not promoting it. I'm not promoting it.
Right.
Go ahead.
That's what he said. He's not promoting it. But he shared it. And this is why initially he did not apologize. Okay. Right. Because he felt like he said, I know who I am. And this is what he said in the press. It's just like as we're going to read, he's going to say it again in his comment. I know who I am. I know what anti-Semitic means. And I'm not going to apologize for something I didn't do, is basically what he was saying. Right. A few days ago. Then after he said that in the press conference, Adam Sandler, who is the commissioner.
Adam Silver.
Sleek I can.
Adam Sandler is a comedian.
One of my favorite actors and comedians, by the way. But he's Jewish, and he's Jewish. But Adam Silver, who is the commissioner of the NBA, who's Jewish as well, and the NBA is backed by these Jewish executives, as we recently learned from the Kanye West interview. The Jewish executives run the NBA, they run the NFL. Kanye was alluding to that. These same executives cracked down on the Brooklyn Nets. And because the Nets is the organization who work for the
Hold
NBA.
on, shout out to you.
Okay.
Well, this is the stuff that gets us in trouble. All right. Are you sure that the NBA and the NFL are ran strictly by Jewish people? Because remember, the NBA and the NFL, the commissioner is just doing the job for the teams.
He's the
right?
face of the organization.
So he's the face of the league. That's it.
Right.
But he does the job of what the owners want him to do. Right? So we can't make and this is the statements that get us in trouble. We can't say that it's ran by Jewish people. You know what I mean? Because in the NBA and NFL, all the people that, like in the NFL, I don't know if the Rooneys are Jewish. I don't think they're Jewish. I don't know if the Matters are Jewish. They're the Giants. You know what I mean? Like, these are different families. Some of these might be WASP. Some of these might be Anglo-Saxon people. So those are statements that we can't make as a blanket statement that gets us in trouble in these conversations. And then they disregard everything else that we're saying in terms of who we are and what we are, and as far as Israelites and who we are as Semitic people. So that's all I'm telling you in terms of that. Don't make a blanket statement like that. Go ahead.
Okay. So I understand that. But this is what Kanye West was saying in his interview with Kyrie, how there are Jewish people that run these organizations. Now, I haven't 100% done my research to find out who the executives are and what their religions are. I haven't done that. But I was just going based off the comment that Kanye West made as far as he targeting those who are in control of the NFL, the NBA, and the music industry. And all of this, it's like a tree, right? Kanye West started it, and then he got all these various branches, and Kyrie Irving is another branch that's coming out of the same root of this tree. And it goes back to these same things. And so when I'm looking at this apology, the very first things we're looking at how Kyrie Irving is in search for the truth, whatever that may be, his truth. Okay. And then he mentions he knows who he is, and he wasn't going to apologize because he didn't make any anti-Semitic marks. But then he began this, as that first paragraph you read, he apologized directly to the Jewish community if he offended them based off of the documentary and the Holocaust and what they went through. And I wanted to stop there because that definition of what anti-Semitic is important. And this is my opinion, I don't think Kyrie Irving nor Kanye West knew or understand the American definition of anti-Semitic. Mm-hmm. I believe, my opinion, that they were going on the definition that we use for anti-Semitic, being of the seed of Shem. You know, Noah had 3 sons off the boat, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and these 3 sons repopulated the earth. And when you look at the lineages of these sons, we as Black people can tell, not just Black people, but the Asiatic, quote unquote, Asiatic Black man, because you have the Hamites who they identify as Black as well. But we're talking about the so-called Asiatic Black men who come from the so-called Middle East, Mesopotamia area, which are Hebrew Israelites, the Ishmaelites, the Arabs, the sons of Ishmael, Abraham, that whole lineage. We come from that Shemitic stock. So when we were saying anti-Semitic, is like Kyrie Irving was alluding to, the same as Kanye West was alluding to, we're not referring to the definition that America has for anti-Semitic. And I think this is why I had to stop there, because when you look at his apology, it showed me that someone had given him the definition of anti-Semitic, and then he had to retract. And there's a difference between that, apologizing for something you're unaware of, versus I'm not standing on my same square, as you say. And I don't think that Kyrie Irving nor Kanye West stood off of the square on the foundation that they're standing on. I think they're just, because of the definition and the semantics, at a certain point, it becomes semantics, it becomes play on words, that it's like, look, I still believe what I believe, but if I have to apologize to appease the mass, then I will do that, because I'm not out here to start controversy. I don't want my comments to cause a murder, in a synagogue because of the things I said. People take my words the wrong way. And this is what those apologies, in my opinion, mean. It means that I don't want to be the reason for a massacre. Don't blame me because of my freedom of speech. People, they try to use that. Well, because Kanye said this, you have this person shot up, people use that. And this is why it's important to apologize when you have a big platform like that, because you have individuals who take those words and they might misscrew it. They might not take it for what it means. And then we've seen what happened with the whole Trump thing when everybody went and invaded the White House, and everybody was blaming Trump for it, right?
The Capitol building.
Capitol, right. And everybody blamed Trump for it. So it's important to apologize when you have platforms like that, because you don't want to be the reason for a massacre or something negative. But at the same time, you want to get out information that we're all searching for. And if I have some information that might help you in your search, then I'll post it, but I don't mean to cause any harm.
Agreed. I think that his post, although I didn't see the actual post, I think his post was meant for us as Black people. I don't think it was, of course, he's got 12 million followers, but I don't think the whole reasoning to post that was well thought out when you think of all the other things that was in the documentary, as far as the Holocaust didn't happen and things like that. I just think he really was, because if you've seen part of the documentary, it's some good stuff in there, and then it's also some things in there that you're like, you're a little bit, way out in left field with that one. But I get what you're saying with the other stuff. So you got to glean some of the things out of it, and some of the things that was pertaining to Black people. I think that's what he really wanted to get out. I think he didn't know that it was going to make such an impact. That it did. But of course, these people are following him. They're looking for stuff. They've been doing this to him for years. But I do think that the intention was for his people, like he was saying, and everything else happened after that. That's what I think.
You see what I don't think we're on the wrong. I don't think we're against each other tonight or on different ends.
Both of y'all have accepted the truth.
No, I still think Kanye West is a jerk and he needs a timeout. You know what I mean? I'm not rocking with Kanye. Kanye did things because he saw things was coming down on him, and then he went all out. I think Kyrie was more so he saw the documentary, and I heard it's a 3-hour documentary. I heard it from a very good brother who actually watched the documentary. And I knew once you start talking that the Holocaust didn't happen, and you start talking that the Jewish people run everything, that's automatically anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
You can't. And my only point with both of these guys is just stay on the topic of what a Hebrew is. It's simple. You know what I'm saying? The Most High God created man from the dust of the ground, right? The dust of the ground is the soil. Look down at the soil. I mean, it's the simple teachings that we've gotten throughout the years. Look at the soil. You know what I mean?
Right.
Look at the soil, right?
Right.
And then from the soil, and then from then, the generation of Adam went through Seth all the way to Noah. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now, in their books, they put that the sons of Japheth, right, is the European nations. They say Shem is the Asiatic people, and they put that Ham, right, is the African nations. They put that in their books. That's in all dictionaries and encyclopedias. Mm-hmm. So if we're going down, if we're basing it on that, and we're going just simple 1, 2, 3 factuals, right? Now, if we get to Ham had sons. You know, one of his sons was Mizraim. Now, Mizraim we know today is Egypt. Moses was mistaken as an Egyptian. You know what I'm saying? Joseph was mistaken as an Egyptian. We know that Egyptians were Hamitic people, which were people of color. So that eliminates the Cecil B. DeMille film, The 10 Commandments, that they've been lying to us about for years, showing us Egyptians as white people. You know, the world knows that ancient Egyptians were people of color, especially in that time. The people we see in Egypt today is a mixture of people. It's not the original Egyptians. So now once we base that on that and show that the children of Israel mixed in with these Hamitic people, right? That Judah mixed with a Hamitic woman, that Joseph had an Egyptian woman. You know what I mean? Moses was mistaken as an Egyptian. Now we take all that out of the play. And then what is the bomb? Deuteronomy 28. That happened only to one people, to be scattered to the 4 corners of the earth with yokes of irons around their neck, right? Who that happened to? That didn't happen to you, European Jewish man. And the next thing is, how can you be an Ashkenazi Jew when Ashkenaz is one of the sons of Japhet? This is what you told me. So Japhet is the European nation. So how can you be Semitic when you are a Japhethite? You say it in your own writings that you are an Ashkenazi Jew. You know what I mean? So, but if they understood these things and they knew how to break it down, it'll go much easier for them, and they can stay away from all the other rhetoric that gets them in trouble.
It's not that easy. It's not that easy.
It is, because but hold on, shout here. Listen to what they are. Listen to what the media is coming at them for. They're coming at them for the Holocaust didn't exist. They're coming at them for that sort of rhetoric that the Jewish people runs everything. That's what they're coming at them with. When you got the factual actuals, they cannot come at you for that. I guarantee you.
Here's what the problem we fall in this country right now. The problem that we fall in this country is that the Jewish people identify themselves as the people of the book, as the Shemites. And so because they identify as that, this is why they have the land of Israel right now. They are the people of the Torah according to their understanding and philosophy. So that's why I said, in order to fight this battle, you got to know the terrain. You got to know how they battling and fighting. So
understood.
And now you also talking about 2 individuals who are just learning about our culture. It's a difference and I hate to bring this brother's name up because I don't want to put him out here. But let's look at Amari Stoudemire. Let's look at Amari Stoudemire. He identifies as a Hebrew Israelite. He has his Jewish
as a black Jew.
As a black Jew. Okay. Now, when it came down, he worked for the Brooklyn Nets 1 season, and then he stopped working because he said it violates my beliefs in Shabbat, so I can no longer work Friday night. So I'm just going to resign from my position. Now, I bring him up because we're looking at someone, he called himself a Hebrew Israelite before he retired from the New York Knicks, before he went to Israel and won a ring and with the team.
Maccabi.
That's right. He won a championship with the team in Israel. He took time to do research and study and understand his position in life, his position in his business, his position with his family. And he didn't make any certain remarks. And I'm bringing him up because he might be an individual who's educated enough at this point in his life to know the difference between Shemitic, Japhetic, Hamitic. Whereas you're looking at a Kyrie Irving who clearly stated in his apology, I'm learning about YHWH. You understand? So why I'm saying it's not that easy is because you can't expect someone who's just learning to expound on the Tanakh or expound on our history in such a manner if they're just learning. The same with Kanye. And this is why I was saying, what about Kanye? Let's not just cancel him right away.
Damn. Oh, no. Shout out, you're making the same points I was making last week.
No, last week you said cancel Kanye. He's crazy. He's bugging. He's doing it.
No, but the main point I made was that I don't want him representing me. I don't want, because he's not learned enough to represent us. You're just saying Amari might need to be the guy because he might be more learned, as Chief would say. You're actually making my point. Thank you.
No.
Thank you, sir.
What I'm saying.
No, I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. I'm understanding exactly what you're saying. I'm listening to you very clearly.
I'm saying that these guys.
What you're saying is we need a better representative. We need a better representative than Kanye.
Kyrie, Irving, neither one of them are representing us. Neither one of them are representing or us. And I said that last week as well. Kanye's not representing us. But because of the platform they have, when you share information or knowledge as far as your culture as a Black individual, when you share that on platforms like that, then it opens the eyes of the world and it makes people start studying and learning. So I don't expect Kanye West to be astute and sharing what's anti-Semitic is and all of that. I don't expect that. But the fact that he's acknowledging a difference of our culture, it opens the door. And I sent you a text this week and you didn't reply to that text. And that text said, what if somebody came back today and said they came back and they are Elijah the prophet coming back in the end of days? How will we take
I don't think I seen that text.
It was through WhatsApp. Check your WhatsApp. It was see how Rhonda, he tried to back out of it, right?
No, I don't think I'm in a whole other country. It's difficult. Some things don't come through.
Fair enough. But how would we act? And I'm going to ask you, Sister Rhonda, how would you react if someone right now came and said they are Elijah the prophet and it's the end of days? What would be your reaction?
I probably would be like, you're crazy, right? You're crazy.
That's why I bring this.
Why you ask Sister Rhonda and didn't ask me?
Well, because you like to play politicians sometimes. You like to say you want to say the right thing for the people.
Wow. Okay. Go ahead.
No, but this is why I asked that question, because again, we read scriptures week after week and we read prophecy and we talk about how the Most High is going to do certain things, and we don't know what that looks like. We don't know what it looks like, but we know we can expect something from the Creator to happen. And when you don't know, my mother used to tell me this when I was young. Somebody could be an angel and you don't know if it's an angel of Yah or not. And somebody is just as simple as say, don't cross the street. And you might be like, well, I cross the street every day. Blah, 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 blah. And you go across the street and boom, something happens. We don't know. But I say that to say we have to, as Hebrew Israelites who are consciously aware of the Creator of Torah or Tanakh and has spent years studying prophecy and history, we have to be mindful and very circumspect about who we cancel and who we agree with or not, because we don't know how Yah is playing in all of this matter. And for us who has the wisdom or the knowledge, as you say, Chief, to know how to break down certain scriptures, prophecy is still prophecy. And when the Most High say, at the end of the day, certain things are going to happen. And that's why I say we can't be so quick to cancel Kanye, and we have to be able to receive the information that these men are doing on the platforms that they're doing, because it's going to help and benefit us. We just have to find that love conquers all. And when we find a love in their messages, then we'll help conquer ourselves and not eliminate or exclude anything that could help us. And Kyrie and Kanye are helping us, whether we look see it or not, whether we believe it or not, they're helping us.
Now I had an idea of going out there and actually doing a protest. But of course I can't do anything being, this far away, but I just feel like
a protest for what? What kind of protest?
just to go out there by the Barclays. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just feel like we should be doing something as a whole.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Messianic, non-messianic, put our differences to the side and kind of go out there and do something in order to just have a voice, you know, and to be represented properly and you know, in front of the masses, and put the right people out there to make the points. You know
what separates us as an Israelite community? What separates us is the organization. We don't be organized. And what you have is a great idea. And we can organize something with NCIC. You know who NCIC is, right? Those it's a Hebrew Israelite group that believe in Christ. They're Messianic.
You mean the ICIU or something like that? So they wear the purple.
You have Israelites United in Christ. That's the IUIC. Yeah.
IUIC.
And I think NCIC is just the North Carolina. That might be the North Carolina extension.
Okay.
But they have a big platform. It's a lot of them, and they're organized. We can organize something because that's all it takes is organization. And this is one of our biggest problems as Hebrew Israelites or Black community. We can't organize anything. And this was the problem with BLM. That wasn't a Black organization. BLM is not ran or backed by Black people. Okay? So when we as Black people or Hebrew Israelites get together and organize something, it becomes powerful, but it's hard to do that. And so I agree with you as far as protesting, but then the question is, what are we protesting? Are we out there to say, stand up for Kyrie? Or are we out there to say, we can't
I think that'll be the premise to the protest, but the protest will be more so to bring light to our organization so that we can speak to the fact of what's happening in the media. You understand what I'm saying? So
I said this last week, and that this is our time. This is our time because now people are wondering and wanting to know, like, what is Kanye talking about? What is Kyrie talking about? There's people who don't know about us, but totally stand with Kyrie and what's happening with them. It's the same thing. I don't know if you've noticed. I made sure I got my facts together because I didn't want Ooze to chastise me. But I wanted to make sure I had my facts together. But when he promoted the movie, the documentary was a regular fee of $5.99, $6.99, you know, when you can just get on it. But go and look and see how much the documentary is now. And also and it's still up, and Jeff Bezos is Jewish. So let's talk about the system. You know, he's talking about, they're getting at him, but you got this Jewish man that's allowing this to be on his platform. So now go and see Jeff Bezos is making even more money off of this documentary.
Hold on, Sister Rhonda, is Jeff Bezos Jewish?
Oh, I think
yes.
This is, he is?
I'll say it.
Yes, all right. I want to make sure. I want to make sure before we start calling everybody Jewish. I want to make sure. I haven't done that research. Sha'atil, you did that research?
Yeah, I didn't even research that though.
I'm Googling it right now. Google it.
Please Google it.
Jewish.
Yes.
I think he is.
Okay,
let's
Jeff
research
Bezos
that
is
part.
not Jewish. You can stop searching. Unpack.
What it says?
Yo, that's the first thing that came up. Jeff Bezos is not Jewish. You can stop searching.
So this is exactly why they say we make anti-Semitic stuff. Because we automatically assume that everybody in power is Jewish.
Okay, there you go. I stand to be corrected on our platform.
This is why we just have to be a little bit more precise. We have to be a little bit more educated. And when we come, we stay on point. And once you stay on point, they can't deny truth. Paul Mikhail said something years ago. It says the truth is what? What, Sha'atil?
Verifiable.
The truth is verifiable. That's it.
Right. I always
But once you start adding other stuff to it, that's when they could tear us apart.
I will say this though. Being Jewish is a religion. According to what I just Googled, his mother was a Christian and his father was a Christian. That doesn't mean he don't follow the Jewish religion. Okay.
I appreciate how you trying to pull me out of that.
Right.
But, yeah. I stand to be corrected. But even at that point, let's just see how the money is still churning, even after this.
But you see, this is the funny part. Judaism is a religion. Ashkenaz, like you said, they're all Japhetic. Whether you call yourself Jew or not, they're still Japhetic. And this is the game. This is the game of the definition of the anti-Semitic. Because you can be a white Jew or you could be a black Jew. But if I'm a black Jew, am I still anti-Semitic if I'm a black Jew? Like, that's an honest question. And nobody gonna answer that because they can't. The anti-Semitic definition only applies to white Jews. And that's not even fair. So if we want to really go and break this whole thing down, we can. But we can. Well, then let's do that.
I mean, we can, but we just have to do it intelligently, without feelings in it. And I mean, it's hard to say without feelings and emotions because we are people with emotions. So let me take that part out of it.
But this is why even Rhonda, I'm like, it's not about Jewish or not. This is a race thing. It's a racial.
It's definitely a race thing.
I agree with that.
So they play on this anti-Semitic. But if I'm saying I'm a black Jew, then how can I still be anti-Semitic? So we have to learn this racial card. Now, anti-Semitic is almost like, it's like they can say things about Jewish people, but just like we can call each other nigger, right? Black people could call each other, black people call each other the N-word.
Nah, but go ahead. Yeah, I mean, we talking. We understand what you're making.
Each other the N-word, but the minute that a white person say the N-word, then, oh my gosh, they can't say it because of what we've been through. And this is almost what they're saying as far as anti-Semitic. You can't say anything about the Jews because we went through a Holocaust. So anything that you say, or if you mention something about Jews, then it's deemed anti-Semitic. It's almost like you use the word nigger. And that's the game that they're playing right now. And if we want to win this war, we have to understand this spiritual battle. And I'm going to go back to that. And it's important that we stand for each other. And we back Kyrie Irving. We back Kanye West. Let them take the money. They play on us as far as if you don't apologize, we'll suspend you indefinitely. But Kyrie Irving don't care about the money. He never did. And Kanye West don't care about the money. They don't. They made their millions. So
Kanye care about that money.
No, man.
Go ahead.
It's about the truth.
I'm not supporting Kanye. That's just, I'm just not. He's on timeout. He's on timeout.
Because you trying to protect
that Negro is on timeout from black people. That's for me.
But he apologized to black people.
He's on time. So he apologized after all that money went away. Now you sit and wait. You gotta show good behavior.
And that's what they're telling Kyrie Irving. In order for him to work, he got to go to counseling. He got to do all of these. He apologized. They want him to apologize. He apologized with that.
Kyrie ain't doing all that going to counseling.
I think that, for one, like you said, organize something, and we need to stand out there. And two, we need to support our brothers and find a way to help them understand. But we're not, I don't think that it would be wise for us to be like, hey, you got to know what anti-Semitic really means. I think our beef is not with them. Our beef, and that's what the premise I stand on. We're not arguing against them or for them. We're standing firm for who we are. And they are saying that they are one of us. Kanye and Kyrie are saying they're one of us. So let us stand firm on who we are. We've always been against this society. We've always been against anybody that's anti-Yah. If you don't stand for the principles of the Most High, we've been against you. I don't care if you white, black, blue, yellow, purple. It don't matter. You either stand for Yah or you stand against Yah. And these two men, Kyrie and Kanye, are trying to stand for the Creator the best that they know how. And we should support them in that.
Mordecai said, support Ye and make sure he takes his medicine.
Right.
Yo, I was talking to my cousin, and my cousin said, he said, people who are in that age bracket, that 50-year-old age bracket, a lot of people in that age bracket who were born and raised in America been through a lot of trauma, been through a lot of stuff from the 60s, 70s, experienced a lot of things that now trying to see life in a different light, trying to look at life from a different perspective, because the way you looked at life before hasn't been working. And this is where that phrase love conquers all come from. So yeah, there's a lot of people out here who need meds, but that doesn't mean that they're mentally so gone. Mental illness is an illness, but mental illness don't mean I don't know what I'm saying. And you got to remember, they label crazy and they label mental illness on people that speaks the truth. We know that for years. The minute that you go against the American society, oh, he's crazy. They're going to out you like that. So it got to be some truth in what we're saying to be labeled crazy. And everybody who's labeled crazy is not crazy. Kanye West, it's not crazy.
I'm in a hot room, so you see me doing like this.
Yeah,
I only got a little fan. So listen, right now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna attempt to share like some music on YouTube that we got, and then we're gonna come back and begin to take some of these calls on WhatsApp. The number is 347-622-9090. Call me on WhatsApp. Don't call me on a regular call, because I'm not going to answer it, because that's 25 cents a minute. Sorry for talking about business, but not doing it. All right. So call me on WhatsApp. That's a Wi-Fi call. And if you have an iPhone and you have my other number, then you could call me on that if you have that number. Everybody doesn't have that number, but those of you that have it, not the 347 number, but the other number, you can make a iPhone call. You know those what do you call those things? You call them iPhone calls, FaceTime? Yeah, FaceTime without the face, just the call.
What?
You understand what I mean? The FaceTime without the face.
Then just do the call.
No, because the regular call is going to cost.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But when you have internet, you can do it with the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, with the Wi-Fi. So if you got that number, you could call me with that.
In a third world country.
No, not that I'm in a third world country. Is the roaming charges are a lot, and I'm trying to keep this show to not run my bill up.
And you sound like Trump calling it a third world country.
I didn't give out my personal number. Those who have it, and they could call me there on iPhone.
On the 347?
No, the 347 number is the DCB number. You know the other number, so stop playing.
I got it.
All right, and we on Zoom. And anybody who might want to join us on Zoom that's well vetted, we'll send you the link. If you're vetted and you don't mind being on Zoom, we'll join. We'll bring you into the conversation. All right. So here we go. Let's mute our voices, and I'll share this video.
I don't have no sound, Chief. There's no sound. You just said something. I didn't hear you.
I believe the sound will go straight to YouTube. We wouldn't be able to hear it, I don't think.
Okay. There we go. I hear it now.
ואהבת את יהוה אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך. אהבת את יהוה אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך. והיו הדברים האלה והיו הדברים האלה. ואהבת את יהוה אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך. אהבת את יהוה אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך. והיו ואהבת את יהוה אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך. אהבת את יהוה אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך. והיו הדברים
¿Cómo logré desbloquear los mecanismos energéticos para manifestar la vida de mis sueños? Shabbat.
Shema Yisrael, Yehovah Eloheinu, Yehovah Echad. Hear, O Yisrael, Yehovah our God, Yehovah is one. And thou shalt love Yehovah thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words shall command thee this day shall be in thy heart. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children. And he destroyed thee on the face of the earth.
All right. Oh, what's going on here? Did it just start playing a video? I guess so. We might as well watch this one too.
Okay.
All things come from.
Let the music play, Chief. Let the music play, Chief.
Yes.
All things come.
This video actually got some of the most views on this Mishpaka Drummer channel. Shout out to my brother Chief Meku and my brother Morin Irania.
Shout out to Mishpaka.
Imani for coming on the track.
I think the second that got the most views is called Elevation. The second track of the process called Elevation. I think they got second most views, right?
You mean the video that you on?
Yeah.
Nah.
No, bad, yo.
In a house of peace, in a house of love. You know where they come from.
For what? After this, you mean?
Shalom, shalom. Shalom. Shout out to you.
Okay, I need Poe.
All right. Sister Rhonda, you there?
I'm here.
All right.
My
So
phone was
that
muted all that time. Y'all can hear my conversation?
Yeah, I was trying to.
You should have sent the message in the chat.
What you doing?
Girl.
we heard you cussing everything.
Everything.
No, at least my video wasn't showing.
Listen, so those were videos by Prince Shake Me Out, Bezavulum, and also Imani. Now, shout out to you. Just going a little bit sideways from the conversation. What do you think about that version of Where There's Peace? Where does it rank on your versions of Where There's Peace? From the old school, it's top 5.
Yeah, because what I like, that's the first version of Where There's Peace I heard with a female background. Most Where There's
with
Peace
a female lead, you mean with a female
lead or any
background, right?
Yeah, most Where There's Peace is all males.
Right.
So it brought a different perspective, and it's hard to judge because you have a video with it, right? So that video helps shape my opinion on the song, but when you don't look at the video and you just hear it, it's definitely, I would say, top 3. My very best Where There's Peace, I think you produced it with our brother, I don't even know what to call him. Zakar is his name. But that joint, and I think Kyrie posted it on his YouTube channel, you know, with the beat in the background.
Right. Sharia, producer Sharia.
Right. Oh, I didn't know that. That's my favorite
with
one.
The Shema Band. With the Shema Band.
That's my favorite one. But this one with the sister,
Imani.
I love it. I think it's a great song because of her. Her vocals are crazy. And Arania, the way Morey Arania sings is like low-key background. I think he stays in his comfort zone. See, most people don't know this, and if you open the door, man, you're gonna have me talking. Morey Arania is a vocalist, he's a singer, he can hit any you know, I don't know how you say it in singing.
No.
But in his comfort zone where he really thrives with singing is that low key in the background. Like if you know Morey Arania, he's always like, he don't want to be the lead vocalist. He just rather do the foundation part. But I think it really, with that song, it really helped, you know, he was in the avenue where he felt most comfortable.
Right. Sister Rhonda? Well, she only heard probably one version of Where There's Peace, and that one is it. That's it. So she has no opinion. My very best version of Where There's Peace, I think, is the first one with Prince in them. That one,
you can't go wrong with that.
That one, the harmony on that one is crazy. You know what I mean? And then the way they're playing, you know what I mean? So I think I always look at that one as the best version. I think Zakar has so many versions of it. Like he took it to another level, you know, because, you know, he started breaking it down. I want you break it on down. He started doing all that. You know what I mean? He had so many.
Break it down on Shabbat. What are you breaking down on Shabbat?
Yeah, that used to be the complaint. That used to be the haters. What are you breaking down? But you know, and then what's funny about Imani is that She recorded that song when she was like 15.
Wow.
What you see is just the magic of the studio and me asking her to record a video for it. But that's not her voice like 2 years ago when she did the video.
I
That
didn't
was
know
the
that.
voice when she was like a little teenage girl, 15.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
a
And
secret.
I
I
didn't
didn't
have
know
that
that.
recording. What she wanted was she recorded all the parts, but she said I need a male vocal in the background to make my voice to blend in with my voice because I don't want it to just be me in the background. So it took me like 8 years to get Marlon around here to get on the vocals. He took them home. He studied them. He kind of listened to how she was flowing on it because she does sing it a little bit different than what the original. She put her own flavor on it, and then from there, Mecca redid his runner because he had an original runner on it, and Mecca was like, "Nah, I want to redo the runner." Because I think Mecca wanted to be in the video.
Yeah.
Mecca was like, "Nah, I want to be in the." He didn't say he wanted to be in the video, but I think he wanted to be in the video. They're like, "I'm gonna be in this video one way or the other," you know. But he's an expert at playing them drums. So just redid it over. Imani just did a mocking of her voice. You know, she just lip syncing, you know, and following what was there originally, and then I just cut the video up and boom, it's all history.
Big
That's
ups to you,
awesome, man.
Chief. You did a good job, you know, mashing the video up. That was nice. I thought when I saw it that I didn't know it took 8 years to put everything together.
It took him 8 years to do a video.
Okay.
It wasn't my fault. It was to complete that song. So told Ayah that we were able to do that, and shaped me out. We still waiting for him to drop an album. He got some of the dopest music in Israel, but I ain't gonna keep asking him for it. I'm gonna just wait for him to drop it, and then we could get that done. So once again, I don't know, some people. I sent the link to one person. To the Zoom, and they said that they were going to join in. So I'm waiting for them to join in. Moray Tavel, wherever you're at, you say you wanted to join in to say something.
My brother, my Moray. That's my Moray. If I don't have no Moray, that's my Moray right there.
Who, Moray Tavel?
That's my Moray, man.
I argue with that dude all the time. Me and him get into arguments all the time.
That's the Levite in y'all. You know, y'all Levites always think y'all right, but y'all don't be right all the time.
I don't think I'm always right. He think he's always right.
I was talking about him.
I don't think I'm always right. So, yeah, so the topic tonight is Kyrie Irving and the how can I be anti-Semitic when I am Semitic, and he made an apology. Now, you know, going back to the apology, I think Kyrie just apologized for the things that weren't truthful in the documentary. I don't think he's apologizing like for the whole documentary when I read it.
When you look at the rest of his apology, because we only read the first half.
Here goes Moray Tavel. I want to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, me too. He's on Zoom or he's on WhatsApp?
It's coming on Zoom.
Oh, okay. But I like the second part of his apology because he says, I know who I am. Like, it doesn't change his position.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I think he's only apologizing for the stuff in the documentary that speaks about
he's apologizing because he didn't know what anti-Semitic meant. Trust me. I just learned that last week. Thanks to our car.
I thought y'all already knew all that stuff.
No.
We've been talking about that stuff.
I didn't know the English definition, the American definition of anti-Semitic. I didn't know that until last Shabbat.
Yeah.
And that changes everything.
Right. All right, Tavel is on.
What's up, Moray?
Shalom.
Shalom.
That sounds like a sister.
That was
Rhonda.
Oh,
Tyrell, you gotta mute your phone in the background. We can hear. You gotta mute your TV. You gotta mute your TV in the background.
And turn your camera on. You gotta turn your camera on.
If you turn this camera on, you're gonna see
Man
all the
don't want to be
gray.
looking at man. I don't need to be looking at man. I don't.
Remember you on live. The whole
All
world
right.
can see you now.
All right, Shabbat Shalom. Let's go, my brother.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Kyrie messed up big time.
Talk
I'm
about
tell
it.
you, I don't. First of all, I want to give all honor and glory go to the Most High.
Hallelujah.
Number one, and the Most High is in charge of this whole thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Creator's in charge of it all, so we have to understand that. That's number one. So I'm not knocking them, but you have to use wisdom in everything that you do. You know what I mean? We all have to go. We all have to get to a certain place. But what road you take to get there is up to you. They chose the bumpiest and roads with the most potholes, so their cars ain't looking good right now. They use the references to the Messianic people and know what how the Messianics do. You know, they on the corner. They go hard at the Jews or Europeans. Sometimes they show hatred, disrespect. So using that reference wasn't real smart on his part because it denounced the Holocaust. It denounced the other thing that happened. It made Hitler look like a hero. You can't do that stuff to the Jews. You can't do that to the Europeans. So that gave them an okay to throw the anti-Semitic theory in there. He gave them the opening. Had he did research and came and represented himself in the right way, that wouldn't have gave them a leeway or a little loophole to throw the anti-Semitic thing in there. But using that reference messed him and messed Kanye up. So that's what's making them look bad, make Israel look bad, and make the whole thing look bad. But we still can't shoot them down because you have to still understand. That's why I said I start off by saying this is all the hand of the Creator. Because even through foolishness, remember when Aaron's sons got killed when they were in the Holy of Holies?
Oh, he got cut off. Oh, there he goes.
Oh, come on, man. I was about to finish the statement about the Holy of Holies. You don't want me to finish that one.
The rose. No, but you don't understand my point. Oh.
We hear you, Moray. We can hear you. You just stopped talking, but we can hear you.
Oh, I could. All right, yeah. But I'm saying that's my point. That's the bottom line that I had to say in a nutshell.
But we missed your example about the Holy of Holies when you was talking about the sons of Aaron. We didn't get that example of what you was trying to explain.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you said that. When the Most High told Moses, he said Aaron that I will be glorified. How I will be glorified. You know, whatever way you choose to do what you do, my name is glorified regardless. So even though Kanye is making himself what he's doing, or Kyrie, we have to understand is that Most
He has a bad connection. He got to get his phone data up.
But the point he made, which I understood, he said the Most High told Moses, he will use who he will use for his glory. And that's the point that Maury Tavel was trying to make. And this is why, again, it goes back to we got to be careful at how we knock our brother Kyrie or Kanye. And that's why I brought up the whole, what if somebody said Elijah, they was Elijah the prophet? Like, we don't know. Like, we read this book and we look at the 10 plagues, right? Most High caused 10 plagues. And Moses did this and Moses did that. But we wasn't there. We're reading it in hindsight. But to be a part of something, like to physically see it, this is why the children started murmuring in the wilderness. Because a lot of those things, it was like unbelievable that, the Most High can't bring water out this rock. Like certain things, we started questioning and second guessing the Creator. And we have to be careful that we don't second guess the Most High, because we don't know how Yah operates. And these people are waking up to the truth of Yah. They are waking up, recalling on the name of the Creator, saying that they might not know everything, but they know who they are and where they come from, and they're not American. You know, and that's the bigger picture where I heard you alluding to earlier, Sister Rhonda, where you changed your view on Kanye. Now you stand for Kanye, right?
No, I didn't say all of that.
Okay,
I said I can understand a little bit better than I did last week. But I do understand. I understand the way the system works. You can see it just between the two, Kanye and Kyrie. You see it because no matter how you say it, you're still going to get canceled. So I looked at it that way. Like, no matter what we say, no matter how we start getting out here talking about who we are as a people, because it's always going to conflict with this group of people. So I saw it that way.
So now the question is, what do we do as a people? Because these two individuals, Kanye and Kyrie, are just stating like, look, there's things happening that y'all don't know about, and we're always going to be slaves to this. Remember when that whole systemic racism came out? Yep. People didn't know what the systemic racism was. You know what I'm saying? They don't really understand the propaganda or the systemic racism. And now you have two brothers who's calling out what it is. And when they call it out, we can clearly see it. When you say, yo, we taking Kanye money. Yo, Kyrie he's suspended for X amount of games until he do what we say he has to do. He can't play no more until he apologized. That wasn't enough. Now he got to go to counseling. Now he got to do a bunch of extra stuff in order for us to pay him back.
I don't think he going to no counseling. He ain't going to no counseling. He's going to take his 5-game suspension. You already punished them for whatever you punished them for. And he already apologized, gave $500,000. But I don't think Kyrie they're going to trade him. They're going to get rid of him. And they're going to try to put him in Siberia somewhere.
This is not over.
I just want to. This is from a young daughter. This is what she sent. Sister Takina, but Chief Azaria. She said, lots of people here are asking what the documentary Kyrie promoted was and how is it anti-Semitic. So here's a short summary. It claims that Jews were responsible for the slave trade, declares that Jews are imposters and that blacks are the real Jews and God's chosen people, says that Jews rule every industry in the world, control every facet of society, and dominate the media, helping Satan deceive the world. Also claims that racism towards blacks started with Jews and that anti-black racism began in Jewish texts, saying that Judaism teaches that blacks are cursed. Proclaims that many famous high-ranking Jews worship Satan. There's the gist of it, but it also uses a bunch of made-up quotes and references fabricated texts like the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which warn of a Jewish plan to global domination. The entire thing is just abhorrently racist, hate speech, and disinformation disguised as a documentary, and Kyrie is a complete piece of using this platform to promote it. That's someone's opinion. I'm not sure that I disagree with some of the stuff. For sure, we've been taught that our identity was stolen. the identity of the true house of Israel was stolen. That's evident. That's not a lie. You know, in terms of the other stuff, that's the stuff that gets kind of iffy. And you have to be careful with when you step into those rails, because now you stepping into something that's why I'm so technical with y'all, and I'm like, are you sure Jeff Bezos is this? Are you sure that? Because that's the stuff they get us on. Yeah. When we're not completely informed and bring the facts. See, when you have facts, they can't argue with that. You know what I'm saying? So even if you're basing your arguments on something that might not be that you can't prove straight out, but if you're coming with facts, you're at least formulating an idea that's based on facts, and that's how ideas and theories and things are formed, because and thoughts and ideas are formed through the factual evidence that you put forth before people. We can't keep reiterating and regurgitating the things that we've been hearing for years. Now, if you could find me the heads of each of the banks, and it happens to be that each one of them are Jewish, now you have something that you could come with. Said, the people who control these financial institutions are Jews.
Right.
The people who control all the media, if you could come with all the names and said these people are Jews, now you could factually prove that. You know what I'm saying?
Kanye did that in his apology.
That's the truth.
He showed a list of all the labels that canceled him, and he said all of these labels that canceled me are backed by Jewish executives. And he showed you on the thing.
But the labels that sponsor them are all individual things. They are not the whole. You understand what I'm saying?
No, but the point that he's making is because this society controls the majority of it, whether music industry, clothing industry, sports industry, the majority. If it's 10 executives, 8 of them are Jewish, 7 of them are Jewish. You understand? This is what Kanye is saying. And so he showed the list of all the people that
look at that man.
And they were all Jewish. Maury, you got to mute your phone. I don't know if you're saying something or not, because we hear you saying things, but I don't know if you're in conversation or if you were talking in the background. But yeah, Kanye showed.
I was listening to you.
All right, go ahead. It's a little delay, but go ahead. Talk, Maury. What you got to say?
No, I'm listening to you. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, but that's what Kanye's point was. And so, yeah, we don't know every organization if they're backed by Jews. Like, we would have to go through every bank, everything. And I don't know if we got the time for all of that. But if 8 out of 10 of them are Jewish, that's the majority. And this is what we're talking about. Not that the Jews run the world, but they control so much of our social lifestyle that it makes it hard for us to have our quote unquote freedom and of freedom of speech or freedom of anything. Go ahead, Sister Rhonda.
So I'm just thinking why. I mean, we're talking about how a lot of this is just blatant racism. When we look at it, it's just blatant racism. But we kind of tend to always go towards this Jewish element. But this whole thing is anti-Blackness. It's racist. Right. And I do think that we need to not get, I don't know if this is part of the plan for us to be so preoccupied with that piece that we don't even realize that it's all anti-Black.
That's a good point. I agree. And that goes back to the whole point of the label them of Jewish people, but they're just Jaffa people. Mm-hmm. So it's all racism. And this is why I'm saying that's part of knowing how to fight this battle, because we're fighting it. That's why I said it's semantics. We're fighting it based off of culture and religion when it's still just white and Black.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
I get it.
Point.
I get that point. I get that point in the racism and trying to. I get all that, but I just want us. My whole desire is for us to be smarter in our approach, for us to be factual with the things that we bring, and we could overcome any of these arguments. That's just my thing. But when we continue to give them ammunition, we are going to continue to look just fail, because they're going to just pick apart, whatever it is, false narratives that we might be spewing, or we didn't vet, or we didn't look too clearly, So
So I have a question for the More. Shalom, More. Don't you think this is the time? Like, of course, it's a lot of mixed messaging out there, but isn't this the time for us as a people, as a nation, to to go out there, like U said, maybe do some protests, or maybe get out there and educate, because everybody's trying to figure out who are Hebrew Israelites. Talking about this documentary that I personally think, Kyrie, there was some good points in there about Black people. And I think that he was probably trying to push that out to his people, but he didn't vet the whole movie with all of the other Jewish pieces. But I just think, isn't this the time? Isn't this the time? Like, shouldn't we be out there doing something during this time, since it's such a hot topic?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's number one. I think that if we do, it has to be organized. I think that we're doing what we're supposed to do right now, just being on this platform discussing it. What Chief Uziel is doing and all the other congregations that are online every Shabbat, that's the job that they do. That's us being out there. This is the way of the world. It's online now. I mean, everybody see what's going on. Everybody reads these YouTube channels. They're on here. Some of these NBA players, they're watching you. They're watching us too. So a lot of this information, we're living in a time where Danielle said, understanding and knowledge is going to be rampant in the earth, and that's what's happening. Knowledge is coming out. They can't keep it under the carpet no more, because after you put so much stuff under the carpet, it's going to be a big lump. You're going to be, it's going to be a mountain. So they can't hide it no more. So it's coming out. Like I said, this is the hand of the Most High. They can't control. They trying to control it, but they can't control it. This is his show. This is Yah's show.
Right.
So I think that we're doing a job. But like I said, if we do that, we have to be organized. We can't go out there and then look just as foolish as Kyrie or just as foolish as Kyrie, because that's not going to make sense either. But if we, that's what I have to say about that.
Shatil.
King, shalom. I don't know. I like I said, I think we should be organized, but we got to be careful with protesting, because we already are labeled a hate group. I think that our voice, we have to know how to use the voice we already have and not create a new voice. And so every Hebrew Israelite community I know has a YouTube channel right now. How many of them are talking like how we're talking right now? And so I just think that if everybody on the chat, everybody in here shared this to 5 people, we'll hit 1,000 people. And that's how we protest. So we have to be like smart in how we attack under our approach, because that's why I asked Chief Ooze, what are we going out there to protest for, and say what? Are we just going to have signs? Or are we out there on the corners trying to tell people they're Hebrew Israelites? Like, what is our message? And this conversation is good. You can't have this conversation on the corners. This is good because it allows people to view in and be like, oh, this is an Israelite, Chief Uziel. He got the Movendawi. He's Hebrew. He's talking about, let's see their views on it and then people can subscribe to who they like, because you've seen those Israelites. They don't even got to be on 125th. They all over America right now on the corners telling groups of people that they're the devil. We've seen them all over the United States of America. We might not say, because people ask, oh, you one of those people on YouTube? Nah, I don't associate or affiliate with them, but I stopped doing that. I stopped disassociating myself with them. Now I'm saying, yeah, those are my people. We just operate differently. You don't agree with everything your family member does, do you? And that's my approach to others when they try to put me in that. So I don't denounce my brothers and sisters, whether they're Messianic. I don't care. If they call themselves Hebrew Israelites, I'm all for it. We're all Hebrew Israelites. We all serve, even down to the Jehovah's Witnesses, because there's something that we can agree on which will give glory to the Creator. I'm a different breed, though. Y'all might disagree with that concept, but me, if we all saying that the quote-unquote black man is a Hebrew Israelite, we're going to come in different forms, different facets. And so I've learned to accept everyone for who they say they are until you cross me or violate. And now it's not up to me, because guess what? Yah is going to deal with you in that judgment. So I no longer personally, my personal opinion, don't knock anyone or be like, or disassociate myself with any particular group. However, when we're looking at this society in America and the feds and whoever labels themselves the Hebrew Israelites, they tie us all together. So my thing is, we have to find something to band together with so that we have one voice. And it's not just, well, they out there cursing white people and y'all's trying to show love to white people. Who's right? Who's wrong? You know what I'm saying? That's what we can't have with this protesting. We can't have two different voices going out there saying, and then we're both saying we're Hebrew Israelites. We cannot have that. So if we're going to do anything, it needs to be on a front where we all have the same message. And that message has to be the black man, the so-called black man is the Hebrew Israelite, whether you know it or not. And they cannot be anti-Semitic because they come from the seed of Shem, whether you know it or not. That has to be the message going forward. And then let everybody else find their truth in that.
And that's what I've been saying from the beginning. And thank you, my brother. That's what I've been saying from the beginning. I've been consistent with that. Stay on message.
He's going to try. He's going to still keep trying to tell you that shit out to your little
man. I've been on message from last week. You can ask Rhonda. I've been on message from last week. I just said that we need to stay on point. That's it.
Sister Love hid herself when you made that comment. She ran.
Listen.
You know what? You've been on message since last week.
Thank you.
You've been on message.
Listen, I'm just not forgiving. I'm just saying Kanye needs a timeout right now. That's all I said. That's all I said. So right here, we got Nasik Rav said, once freedom of sharing views is not allowed, you are no longer free. Where does this end? Sharing the link isn't equivalent to saying that you agree with everything in it. That was from Nasik Rav. Do you have any other quotes from the chat, Sister Rhonda? Have you been keeping up with the quotes?
Okay, keep going and let me scroll through because it's a lot of people have a lot to say.
Cam Abed Yisrael said, why is Kyrie catching all the smoke and not Bezos from Amazon and Musk's Twitter? Because they actually have powerful platforms and they can't be canceled because they control certain big sectors of business. So who's really going to control them and cancel them? It's like saying who's going to cancel Rupert Murdoch for some of the anti-Semitism and anti-black rhetoric that he might spew from Fox News.
So let's talk about Charles Barkley and Shaq though.
Dumb. I don't want to say the word.
I wanted to say it for you.
Dumb.
Is
brother.
Dumb. You know how they say it in the street. I don't even want to say it. They need to go sit down somewhere.
They do.
Uncle Tom.
They need to go. Kenny Smith tried. He danced around it. You know, I try to understand his point. Kenny just ain't want to. He didn't want to throw Kyrie underneath the bus. But these dudes right here, Charles Barkley is the same guy that said, I'm not a role model.
Yeah.
When I was a young guy, this was the same guy who was beating up people in bars, throwing people through, spit on little girl, threw people through plated windows. He needs to go sit down somewhere. Charles Barkley cannot be a representative of Black people. No time, no way. At no time. At no time. He don't represent me. Ever. Ever. Straight up. He don't represent me.
Yermi Yahoo says we need to boycott all of those shows.
And Amos told me that Nike has just ended his partnership with Kyrie. So they took Nike away from him.
That's good. But look, I found the comment.
Listen, y'all gonna stop.
That's a blessing. That's a blessing for him.
That's another story. That's another story for another day, bro.
Yeah.
That's another story for another day.
You have to remember, all of these contracts are keeping our people hostage as slaves. Like, they don't have a freedom with these contracts. So that's what Tavel means as far as it's a blessing. Not necessarily the whole Greek deity thing, but when you tie into this contract, you are basically like, you're no longer free to do or say anything. You're no longer a regular person. That's why Kyrie keeps saying, I'm a regular person like the rest of you. If you read the rest of that apology, he says it. But y'all make me to be this out bad guy, and I didn't do anything but share a link. And y'all labeling him.
And I think that's what Nasir Rav said. He said that once your freedom of speech is taken away, or your freedom, say he just shared a link. I mean, that's what Kyrie said initially. I just shared a link. You know what I mean?
Because of the contracts that he's under, he can't say that. And that's what makes us still slave to systemic slavery. These contracts bind you to a point where your back is against the wall and you can only do for them, or you can't do at all. I want to read this comment a brother from England wrote. We have a viewer from England right now. His name is Fitzgerald Burke. He says, Israelites around my way in England are trying to start a third faction. A third faction, meaning like we have our own thing. And this was going to what Kanye was talking about last week. He's jealous of these Jewish people because of how they're able to function. And we don't function like that. And we can. So all of this talk that we having is really to give ourselves enough strength and enough capability to work together and really do it. And I think that's what's happening. We're seeing how it's unplanned, and we understand the Most High is putting things together. But as we teach, you have to put a step forward so the Most High can help you out. And this is helping us, is giving us strength, is giving us a desire to want to work together to do something in the name of the Creator, that we could represent the Most High in a righteous fashion, and let the world know what time it is. And that's what's happening. We're coming together slowly, and people are waking up slowly. So it's only going to be, that's what I wanted to mention too. Somebody, my brother Melek Bain, Prince Yiftach, Baines of Ulun, sent me a link. Everybody was sending me a bunch of links all week about Kanye West, to the point where I was like, I don't care. But he sent me a link, and this Jewish guy said he doesn't understand. I'm paraphrasing. He said he don't understand why people want to cancel Kanye. And he brought up the numbers. He said the Jewish population in America is 2-point-something%. The Black American population in America is 13-point-something%. The Jewish net income and wealth in America is like 30-point-something million. Whereas the Black American wealth in America is 0.5 million. So he brought out the differences in our wealth. Even and on top of the fact that we're in 90% of the jails. But we're 13% of the population, whereas the quote unquote Jews are 2%. But yet the Jewish people hold 30 million worth of wealth, whereas we only hold half.
I mean 30%.
No, he said 30 million. He said 30 point something $million. Not percent.
I'm not understanding that.
Yeah.
He's saying that their wealth, it might have been, maybe it was 30%, but his point was their wealth, them being a small percentage of the population, their wealth is greater than our wealth, and we have a more population. That's his point.
Okay.
And which he was agreeing with Kanye as far as how they control.
The 1%, the most wealthy of the most wealthy is the 1% in America hold most of the money anyway. So they, some of them will fall under that category, but not only Jews, but it will be other people that make a lot of money. You know what I mean? So those are the things that you see. Those are the things that they could combat, because they could bring Jeff Bezos. They could bring. Now, I'm not sure if Bill Gates is Jewish or not. I never did a research on that. Bill Gates is not Jewish.
Bill Gates is not Jewish. Neither is Trump.
You had Trump would not be considered one of the wealthiest in America. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if he's Jewish. Is he Jewish? He's not Jewish. So right there you have 3 people that are the wealthiest men in America that are not Jewish.
That's why it's about black and white and not the religion thing. Right.
And not the they hold most of the money in the world, and they controlling the banks, and you know what I mean? Like once we get into that, that's when you're anti-Semitic. You're anti-Semitic. That's when they start pointing the finger. You're anti-Semitic because you believe in these things, and they might own a lot of things that we're talking. But once you start talking like that, you're anti-Semitic, and that's what I'm saying. Let's stick to the points. Let's stick to the scriptures. The Torah is there. The Torah is verifiable. You can't trick the Torah. They read Torah. We got Hebrew scholars. We got Moreh Tavel who could break down to us what means. You know what I'm saying? It's like I was working on this thing, right? And I'm gonna just share. It's simple. Some of the stuff I was breaking down. And I kind of want to share it with everyone. Some parts of it I didn't complete it. I need to send it to all of the people on the panel. But it's something simple, man. And just going back to the simple would add to us so much, or will add so much to us that we just go back to the simple. Let me see. Just let me know if y'all could see the presentation I'm going to share. All right. Now, it might be some typos in it or whatever because I didn't completely finish it. Just give me a second here. Tell me if y'all can see it. Can y'all see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
How can I be anti-Semitic when I'm Semitic? The question that has everyone baffled is not really answered, right?
Yeah.
So once I've been here on vacation, I've been doing some writing. The Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, soil, right? Now Moreh Tavel is here. When we say the dust of the ground, we're talking about the soil. And breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. So that was Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. And in Hebrew, it says, you can read that, Moreh Tavel?
I got you.
I can read it. Why it said Yahweh, Elohim, Et Ha'adam, Apar Min, Ha'adama, Why Pap, Be'apal, Nish, Mat, Chaim, Why He, Ha'adam, Lenefesh, Chaya, right? So basically,
very good, Chief.
Amen.
Okay. So the question is, if man was created out of the dust of the ground, which is the soil, then you have to ask, what color is the dust of the ground or the soil? Look down at the soil and what color do you see? Right? Simple. What color do you see? Right? So most people are going to say brown, light brown, dark brown, but it's brown, right?
Yeah.
And Adam knew his wife again, and she bore a son and called this name Shet or Seth. For God had appointed me another seed instead of Abel, for Cain slew him. So we could skip that. We don't got to read the Hebrew. Seth is because it says the same thing. So Seth is the third son of Adam. This name is pronounced Shet, and it's a root word meaning to set something in place. Adam's family was continued through his son Seth. Shet, as Abel, Havel was killed, and Cain, Kyrie, expelled from the family. Seth or Shet is important because through him, the generation of Adam is continued, right? So now we showing generations. So we go from Adam, who lived 930 years. Seth lived 912 years. Enos lived 905 years. Kenan lived 910 years. Mahalalel, 895. Yored, 962. Enoch, 365. Methuselah, 969. Lamech, 777. And Noah. So I'm not using the actual Hebrew pronunciations of these names because I want the people with simple understanding to understand what I'm talking about and names they could actually recognize. So Noah had Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? So we know that. We're now going to concentrate on the son of Noah named Shem. Now Shem is where we get the term Shemitic from. The name Shem means name. Any one of the children of Shem or any descendants of them will be considered Semitic or Shemitic because their lineage originates with Shem. Genesis chapter 11, verses 10 through 32 will give you the whole lineage of Shem. We, the nation of Israel, are considered Semitic or Shemitic because Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are descendants of Shem. Therefore, that will make them Semitic or Shemitic. Let me show you rather than tell you. Jacob is one of the descendants of Shem. Name was later changed to Israel after he confronted the angel of God and wrestled with him. That angel changed Jacob's name from Jacob to Israel, Genesis chapter 32, verses 22 to 33. Jacob or Israel had 12 sons that today we recognize as the 12 tribes of Israel. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph, Benjamin. The 12 sons of Jacob and all the 12 tribes of Israel entered Egypt as guests of Pharaoh. This Pharaoh reigned during the times of Joseph. Joseph became viceroy in Egypt after his own brothers sold him into bondage. After many years, God heard the cries of the children of Israel, and he saw what they were going through in Egypt in terms of being oppressed. The Most High sent the prophet Moses as a deliverer to the children of Israel from under the hand of Pharaoh. Israel was delivered from the oppression of Pharaoh and went into the wilderness en route to the land of Canaan, the land which the Creator promised Abraham hundreds of years prior. So that's just part of what I did. So you see how you build a point and how you go step by step to where you use scripture. And this is just what we have to do. You just have to go through the motion of showing things step by step, you know?
And that was my point. And that was my point about when Sis asked about what do I think about, going out there and protesting. And what I was saying was stuff like this. This is the protest, which you just showed.
Right.
That's the protest. See, it's not about, people are going online. People are not going outside and running in the street anymore. They do that. Right. Only Trump's people are doing that. You have to be smarter. We have an internet, and when you put that out there now, you throw that on YouTube. You don't know how far that's gonna go. You don't know who's gonna get to see that.
It's not complete. It's not complete. I still have to complete It
No, I
you know,
understand.
yeah.
But what I'm saying is that that's the kind of stuff that's gonna get us out there. But the Most High have his time when that's gonna come out. He's not ready for it yet, and we just gotta sit down, chill out, and watch the show.
So, Moray, I gotta ask you a question. In terms of how they say Semitic and we say Shemitic, can you interchange the shin and the sin in that instance? Is that like a big no or it wouldn't really matter?
No, you can't do that. That word "seem" means to put something.
Right.
When you know, Shem is those are, even though they look alike, they're two different letters. Two different letters, and they have two different definitions. So you can't do that. No.
But when they say Semitic, we know that they're speaking in terms of Shemitic, right? So just not to confuse anybody, that's why I put Shemitic / Semitic, so that we don't lose anybody. Because if we start putting Shemitic, people are not going to know what we're talking. They're going to think we're talking about something totally different. So I want them to know that Shemitic and Semitic is what they're talking about. You know.
Yeah. So, well, you have to do it like that because that's the only thing they know. So it makes sense to do it like that.
Right.
You know.
So
but that's the only thing they know. They keep saying Semitic. That's the throw.
Right. That's the throw.
That's the diversion. But you keep putting that Shem up there. They're gonna get. They understand. They know what it's alluding to.
Right. So right now, let us go play some music and then we'll come back. All right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna share some music.
Play some drums. Miss Paka.
Y'all gotta bear with me on this one. They've been asking me to sing this song, so I gotta try it. If you know, please help me out. spirit of Yahweh, Yahweh, I live to praise and serve Him. I'm so connected to Him. My soul cries out unto Him. Oh, Creator, maker, heaven and earth. Please pull your chairs back up. The other teams still have energy. How will we help them out in this situation? Parents, they're when the Spirit of God comes upon you, and we feel it just like we want to pray. Put your troubles aside. We are here to praise God's name. Oh, you just want to dance and you want to move, or you want to sing, and you want to shout, and you want to continue to praise God's name. I gotta bear with me on this one. They've been asking me to sing this song, so I gotta try it. If you know, please help me out. Asher ala Yehovah Kigao, Eloheinu Malkeinu Yaya, Yesh Hayam Asus Veroko. Eloheinu Malkeinu Yaya. Azi Wezimra Yaya. Eloheinu Malkeinu Yaya. Wahili Lishua. Eloheinu Malkeinu where I'm waiting. Elohei Avi where I remain. Marco Maro. Wegelo Yarabaya. Uros de Oma, Saros Mameka, Tesala Karonka, Romemu Kakwash, Urua Kafeka, Beenu Mai, Bisbukemo, Enozi.
Everybody on my YouTube channel, Shabbat Night Talk, this is the guy right here. Huh? This is the guy who sings Kabod right here.
That is me, that is me.
Let the people know what inspired you to write that song.
To write Kabod, I mean, it's glory to God, man, all that, that's it.
Kabod Yahuwah, Haaretz ve'ashamayim. Oh With every
You know, what this peace, there's love, Israel. And all things and everything come from the Most High God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He's the God who left the job for us to do. He left us here to be able to spread His word, to be able to teach His people His laws, statutes, and commandments. So we give Him glory on this high holy day.
All right. Shalom, shalom, shalom. All right, family, we're back. Just took a little musical break from our brothers and sisters down in Charlotte, North Carolina. That was the 20th anniversary of, I believe it was of the congregation. And you heard some musical selections from, this guy's ridiculous. Some musical selections from Amatzia Bain, Avishadai, Ben Kohen Mikael, and Kohen Sheikh Mia Ben, Kohen Sheikh Mia Ben Kohen Levy, and Yisrael, and also I believe Kohen Eliel Ben Kohen Mikael. So there you have it. So now as we get into the last half, 20 minutes.
Can I give a shout out to my Hebrew family in Charlotte community?
Of course, you can give a shout out to them.
Give a shout out to the Hebrew family in Charlotte. We used to be known as the Praise Congregation 15, 20 years ago. I don't know if you remember that. Man, we throw up some praises, man. And one thing, and then I'll say this and I'll let it go, but Avishadai always, every Shabbat, he gets up there and he be like, y'all not tired of singing the same songs? We need to come up with some new songs. We need to sing unto y'all a new song. And this is what motivated the Eliels and the Matzias of the world, the Kohen Sheikh Miyas, to create new music. But we do need that new content, man. All praise to the Most High. Shout out to Charlotte. I love y'all. I miss y'all. See y'all soon. All right, I'm done.
Hallelujah. So yeah, we're supposed to have a joint Shabbat with Charlotte coming up soon. As I get back from my vacation, we're going to do it like how we do it. You know what I mean? And we're going to give praises to the Most High. So in conclusion, I see that we're talking about the word Semitic and Shemitic, and Morey Tavel made a statement. The only reason why I said Shemitic and Semitic is because, like, sometimes we say Abraham and we say Abraham. We say Zavulun or Zabulun. There's certain words that are interchangeable in the Hebrew language. So I didn't want us to get confused in terms of when we say Semitic and Shemitic. In theory, it means the same. And what they're trying to say, they are Shemitic, right? So I see there was an argument to let them stay with the Semitic, and we say Shemitic because they're not Shemitic anyway. But it's still, all one of them got to say, no, we mean Shemitic. You know what I mean? And then you're back to the same argument. So I figure you cover everything now in order to get that out the way, because it's just playing on words. It's like us saying Jacob, Yaakov, whatever it is that we're saying. I don't think we should get hung up on Shemitic and Semitic. That's why I put both on the slideshow that I have so that you understand exactly where we're coming from. The next thing is whether we're having, we should go out there and do a protest. Now, I spoke to my brother Zion Lex, and he's on vacation right now, like myself. He said when he gets back, then we could sit down, we could call some people, organize something, and go out there. Now, when you do a protest, we're not going out there we're not tearing down buildings and doing all that. We're just going out there with an agenda to support Brother Kyrie. You know what I'm saying? And just to get the platform to hopefully we heard and we're seen out there, and then we could be in the forefront of speaking in terms of who we are and what we stand for. Because what I hate with these shows is as soon as something happened, they bring all these rabbis and all these scholars on the show on cue, and then they start explaining, how cool them and Black people are, and and all the things that they've been doing within the community, and but they never bring the other side or the other perspective. If you don't feel comfortable with a quote unquote Israelite, then find someone who you feel comfortable with, but someone that looks like us, that knows the points, that knows the points. You know what I'm saying? And I know some people will argue with me about that, but I think there are I've heard some quote unquote Black Jews, who we might consider Black Jews, that know how to argue the points, and I will put them in their place. So I just feel that. So to come to a conclusion, I just feel like when me and Brother Zion get together, we're going to discuss it, and we're going to try to move something out there and try to put something together, try to get to some of these bigger platforms to where we can our voices could be heard, and we could put forth the real information of why we say what we say without adding all the other stuff that gets our brothers and sisters in trouble, and that puts us out there to look like a quacky organization or a cult, because we're not a cult. We are the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We are God's chosen people. You know what I mean? And that's who we are. So those are two things that I will be working on personally. I'm on vacation right now, but I knew that tonight many people will want to talk about this topic. So therefore I opened it up and allowed us to talk about this. So now there's so many things we could do. Nike canceled or what I heard this evening, that they canceled Kyrie. So for whatever that's worth, and the Nets suspended him for 5 games, whatever that's worth, we need to also continue the conversation when it comes to matters like that. And we have to also understand that together, and we come together and we say we're not going to do this anymore, that we hold power, we hold power, and that boycotts still work. They worked in the 50s and they work today. You know what I mean? They worked in the 60s and they work today. So until we're ready to put our heads together and say, I'm not buying no Nikes, I'm not buying no Jordans, I'm not buying no Converses because it's all Nike. You know what I'm saying? I'm not buying any of those products, and we make them they well run dry, then they'll understand. Then LeBron and all them guys will have to go to Phil Knight and say, hey, you need to reinstate Kyrie, or you need to think twice about what you just did. You know what I mean? So those are the things that we can look at and try to do. Anybody else closing out? Shaatia, I know you got something to say to close out.
I love my people, and I love where this is going. I want us, my biggest thing from last week to this week is to still show the love and the unity. We're not going to always agree on everything, but the support of our brother is important in the spiritual battle and spiritual warfare that we're fighting. The Most High's hand is in this earth, and we come from a perspective of Torah in which we can break down the book and scriptures and certain things, but that doesn't mean that we have all the answers and that we have the right way of being an Israelite. And so I like for us to just keep an open mind to people that might say things differently, look differently. Just keep an open mind, because the Most High weighs the hearts. He looks at the spirits of a man. And these days it's hard to truly identify with the blood lineage of our people, of our ancestors, unless you do your DNA background, ancestry.com kind of thing. So we're all kind of exploring this truth from a spiritual perspective. And with that spiritual perspective, we have to be able to accept the Kanye Wests of the world and the Kyrie Irvings of the world and the Fantasias. I mean, I was gonna say Lil Boosie, but one of them hip hop artists in Atlanta, Lil Scrappy. A lot of these guys, the industry and the media is waking up. We're in an age of information, and so we're hearing about the Hebrew Israelite culture and faith from different avenues. Let's just keep an open mind, because we all been knowing and teaching about this end of days and the great day of salvation. We just don't know what it looks like and how the Most High is going to deal and do. And so let's not cancel Kanye. Let's not cancel
this guy right here.
So let's just keep an open mind, man, because Father is great. His mercy endureth forever. And we're witnessing something that we see in scriptures. Like, we read about this stuff in scriptures, but to witness it firsthand is something totally different. So I'm grateful. Yah is great. He's king for all. And I'm just happy to be here with my sister Love and my chief Ooze. And Maury Tyler.
Sister Rhonda.
Sister Love.
Yes. I was just thinking while the both of you were talking, and we were talking about, I was thinking about, we're talking about protest and things like that. And it draws me back to what are we doing in our own communities, like our Brooklyn community or our Charlotte community, and how we're willing to go out and protest for the Kanyes and the Kyries of the world, but we won't even do that for our brother and our sister that we deal with or don't deal with every day. And I'm just saying that we talk about unity, but we really need to unify amongst each other before we can bring this to a broader scope, because it'll look ridiculous. How can we go out there and try to unify the rest of Israel when we can't even unify our own communities? So that just came up on my mind while you guys were talking, and it brought a little sadness. I got a little sad about it, because I know that there's a lot of things that we can be doing right in our own community to broaden our, to forgiveness and to forgive each other. And it just popped up in my head. So I'm just thinking that takeaway from this is forgiveness.
So you forgive Kanye? Because last week you was trying to cancel him too.
I don't personally know Kanye, but I do personally know other people that I need to forgive.
Well, last week you wanted Kanye to apologize to the Black community, and he did.
I still want that.
He did. I told Ooze to send you the video. I sent it to Ooze. He ain't sent it to you.
Ooze, did you see the video? Because you fact check everything. So I need to know if this is a legit video.
I might have heard something, but I'm not ready. He's like, like somebody, when the child messes up so bad and you put them on punishment, like, all right, whatever, go sit down in the room for a month.
Yeah,
like I've been I was made to sit down for almost a whole summer for messing up with my mother. So you need to sit down. You need to sit down for a whole season. You might need to sit down for a year before I hear from him again, talking anything Black. You know what I mean?
Yeah, don't even say the word Black.
With me, it's just personal with Kanye. I could just admit that. It's personal. He messed up for me too bad for me to even hear anything from him. Just go sit down somewhere. You know what I mean? And then when we're ready for you, we'll say, all right, you come back in. You know what I mean? Now, we won't stop giving you food. You could eat, you know what I mean? But you go sit in the chair with the kids, in the table with the kids, I mean. And then we'll bring you to the big boy table when we feel like you did what you were supposed to do and you pass all the requisites that we have for you. You got to check off everything because he might go off on a limb again. You know what I mean? Start really believing his hype. He really start believing himself. You know,
right.
You know, so
and
that
he needs to donate some of that money too. I mean, Kyrie donated some money to a group of people that has tons of money,
and they gave it back. And they gave it back and said they don't want his money because he didn't apologize.
They don't need it either.
He better keep all the money he has.
Okay.
So listen, I don't know. You got anything to say, Maury Tavel? He's our special guest tonight. He got on and didn't really say much, but
I think it's important that what I learned from watching this whole thing is that I think it's important how we represent the Creator. You know, you don't have to know Yah. You don't have to know. You can know him or don't know him, but you can mess yourself up for how you represent and how you speak. You know, so there's a lesson for Israelites to learn from this lesson, and for other people to learn from it. You know. We can learn that we know more than Kanye, and a lot of us act more like fools than Kanye in this way of life, you know. So it's something that we can learn from, and we can take and look at it and analyze our own movements as we go on in life, as Israelites that know the Creator, because it's another lesson is that, you know, a lot of us wish to be on the other side of the fence, and we don't love the way of life that we live so much. We're not 100% in it. But as you can see, the Creators allow the people on the other side that they want to come on this side. So you got to ask yourself, do you really want to go on the other side? Because when it's all said and done, everybody's supposed to be on the same side of the fence, serving Yah, you know? So this is for the strong, for the weak to get strong, and for the strong to stay strong. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. So Toda, once again, we'd like to thank all of you for coming on tonight, for giving your opinions. I know that this has become some sort of like almost like barbershop Shabbat night talk.
Right.
The way we get to express our feelings. And the last 2 weeks since we started this, We've had a lot of strong things happening, but I think overall we get to see some of this is blatant racism. It's some of what you also it's just I see what they're doing. We just have to be smarter. You know what I mean? We see what they're doing. We just have to be smarter. And the only way we're going to break this off is if we begin to have our own financial structure until we begin to, our children stop supporting their educational institutions. You know what I mean? Go to HBCUs. All them high recruited high school kids that play all them sports to HBCUs that will break the big schools like Duke and North Carolina, because it won't bring that money in anymore, because you don't have high recruits anymore. The high recruits will be going to the HBCUs. You know what I mean? And then all the money will be funneled there. You know what I mean? And then there will be money going to Black institutions. You know, the key to success, the first key to success for any people, you know, is education. You know what I mean? So once you educate yourself on any level, both spiritually, financially, and any otherwise, you will begin to break the bonds of captivity that's around physically, around our necks, and mentally. So once we begin to do those things, we begin to achieve higher goals. We don't need these people whatsoever. We don't need them at all. We have an ecosystem within our community. Our community. So when I mean our community, I mean as Black people, not just as Israelites, as Black people. We have an ecosystem that we can support ourselves. You know what I mean? And I believe that once we do that, that we'll be better off, and that the Most High God will bless us, and He will speedily get us out of the situations that we're in and get us to the land which He promised our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So I thank all of you once again, all the moderators. I thank you all for doing a great job. This is a great panel. Let's continue, and hopefully next week we get something else that we could talk about. If not, we will talk about a topic, or maybe this will still be the topic of conversation. So thanking the Creator of heaven and earth once again. Pray that everyone has a blessed night's sleep. Also, for all of you that cannot sleep, you could go on my channel. I also have sleeping sounds. You know what I mean? I have raindrop sleeping sounds. I know some people sometimes need the stimulation of sleeping sounds and stuff like that. So I got my very first sleeping sound, raindrops, on the Uzi Larry channel. It's a 9-hour.
Are they from Panama?
They're all from Panama. So and you won't be breaking the Shabbat. It's just raindrops. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
I don't want to hear any imitation stuff.
What you said?
Drums soothes me. I listen to drums. That's my raindrops for bears. Drums.
Drums are overrated.
Hater.
Boy, I say that around More around here. He would probably try to stone me. Drums are overrated.
Yo, for real, they could never be overrated. You have a heartbeat and the air drum. You're naturally connected all the time to the drums.
Shit, 9 o'clock tea party said, give us a 9-hour Shabbat music video. All right, if I do that, we'll see how long that lasts. So I'm gonna play some videos in the background, but I guess I'm gonna give the moderators a chance to call it a night. It's 11 p.m. U.S. Eastern time, and Panama is 10 p.m. So we're an hour behind. So I'll give you all an opportunity, and I'll stay here with the people for one more hour, playing them some videos in the background. All right?
Right.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Oh, shalom.
Hallelujah.
Shalom, shalom, everyone. I want to give all praise and respect to the Creator, the one who allowed us to be alive today. I'm going to be singing Kavod, which means glory, because the Creator is truly due of all glory and praise. Hallelujah. Kavod le'ahu boreh, ha'aretz ve'hashamayim, ve'hayam gam, ve'kol be'olamo. Baruch haba Yehovah, hu noten lanu chayim. Bisfil zeh ani noten kavod, bezaman machala hu rofeh, bezaman harav hu noten. Bisfil zeh ani noten kavod, 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 kavod le'ahu boreh, ha'aretz ve'hashamayim, ve'hayam gam, ve'kol be'olamo. Baruch haba Yehovah, hu noten lanu chayim. Bishvil zeh ani noten kavod, bezaman machala hu rofeh, bezaman harav hu noten. Bishvil zeh ani noten kavod, 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 kavod le'ahu boreh, ha'aretz ve'hashamayim, ve'hayam gam, ve'kol be'olamo. Baruch haba Yehovah, hu noten lanu chayim. Bishvil zeh ani noten kavod. Hallelujah.
All your donations are appreciated. Just keep contributing to the cause. To add the icing on the cake, if I've done anybody wrong in my life, if I go forward and I make an error, please forgive me. Please forgive me.
Getting drunk was my thing, matter of fact, it was my pastime. Sold drugs, fornication, smoked at halftime. Now that I know your whole those were bad times. 1 month, my uncle and grandma passed, those were sad times. 12 years old, I watched a friend get gunned down. Could have been a victim, but the shooters waited till I crossed the street. Siblings had to reverse they call, they would've shot him too. We lived on the dead end, they had to bust a U-turn. Bro was coming in to help y'all visualize the story. They say, see, you got them bars, and say Yehovah gets the glory. With the children of Yaakov, ain't no need to go to Maury. Retire at 50 is where I'm shooting like a Maury. Each, I'm sorry for all my past moments. You told me that you love me, I just left you hopeless. To my sister, I'm sorry, Tanisha. Sibling rivalries ain't cool, nor the parents that breed them. I love you. If I ever did you wrong, please forgive me. If I ever threw a stone, please forgive me. If I ever gave you plight, please forgive me. If I never made it right, please forgive me. If I ever did you wrong, please forgive me. If I ever threw a stone, please forgive me. If I ever gave you plight, please forgive me. If I never made it right, please forgive me. This a message to my white friends. My words come with passion. I have no hatred for the white man. to Desi, you always been the closest fam. We don't talk as much, I still love you, hope you understand. To my family, I'm not better than you. I know the truth about religion, just trying to share it with you. El Shaddai, I apologize a million times. And for my sins, I pray my children's never penalized. I apologize to anyone I heard afflicted or misguided in the beginning when I was learning scripture. Ema, forgive me for the times I was disobedient. I accept the judgments, even if they're not immediate. Rapping about drugs and sex is inexpedient. Torah, love, family, Yaz the ingredients. Isha told me stay in my lane, I drove the median. No joking around with Yaz, even Yam is no comedian. If I ever did you wrong, please forgive me. If I ever threw a stone, please forgive me. If I ever gave you plight, please forgive me. If I never made it right, please forgive me. If I ever did you wrong, please forgive me. If I ever threw a stone, please forgive me. If I ever gave you plight, please forgive me. If I never made it right, please forgive me. To anyone I cursed out, loaded burners and bust down. Ignore caused the buzz down. Extortion moves on bus routes are punched out. Please forgive me. I found your hoe and I hunched down, one down. I'm just trying to grow to be a better man. Tell you what's real, unlike the weatherman. Yaka, have mercy on the melanin. Made a vow to spread the truth, I'ma tell it then. Keep clicking with scripture quicker, Leviticus, give a giving. No miseducation, false interpretations to hurt the nation. These corner camps be perpetrating, calling off as descendants a destination. Esau, aight fam. Then your hat don't say we're wrong for keeping covenant. I'ma tell you now, that's some sucker-ish. And if you still wanna clip me, I'm at peace with myself, so I'ma say, please forgive me, I'm gone. If I ever did you wrong, please forgive me. If I ever threw a stone, please forgive me. If I ever gave you plight, please forgive me. If I never made it right, please forgive me. If I ever did you wrong, please forgive me. If I ever threw a stone, please forgive me. If I ever gave you plight, please forgive me. If I never made it right, please forgive me.
Yeah, hey, 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 yeah. Look, I belong to Camel O. Why you leaning in this handle? Yeah, rock my drip like Louis Vuitton. Scripturally, I'm really done. Yeah, why you leaning with this handle? Yeah, I'm really done. I'm really done. Why you leaning in this handle? Rock my drip like Louis Vuitton. Spiritually, I'm really done. Why you leaning with this handle? Yeah, I'm really done. I've been lonely with them and the Ark of the Covenant. David and Solomon, yeah. Blessed with the melanin, I might look like a cherubim. God bless my intelligence, yeah. My robe look like cocaine, fringes in the bottom, that's royal blue like God say. Yeah, got my drip from out of this world, wait, that's Pluto. Pharaoh them, they heard of me, Nebuchadnezzar heard of me. I got the blood of Jews, I got the blood of Dan and Joseph. We was in Babylon, even in Egypt, time of Joseph. All facts I speak for them, even if they lost, I still speak for them. I belong in the camel. Why you leaning with this handle? Rock my drip like Louis Vuitton. Spiritually, I'm really done. Why you leaning with this handle? Yeah, I'm really done. Why you leaning with this handle? Yeah, rock my drip like Louis Vuitton. Spiritually, I'm really done. Yeah, why you leaning with this handle? Woo. I'm really done. I'm cut kinda different, Torah, different kind of linen. Deuteronomy 14, I stock my kitchen. Got my script from God, not no religion. Waiting for the Dubai, it was dripping like that. Queen Sheba asked Solomon how you trip like that. Yeah, boy, she remember the king, she thanked all y'all shit, pray to the moon. She said, look at all y'all preach, she wasn't impressed with how they move. This is the truth, I never pray to the moon, I never pray to the sun, I am a son. Ain't no changing me, my word hit harder than gun. We resurrect someday, we will be up someday. That's Ezekiel 37, y'all should read someday. I belong in the camel, hey. Why you leaning with this handle? Rock my drip like Louis Vuitton. Spiritually, I'm really done. Why you leaning with this handle? Yeah, I'm really done, I'm really done, I'm really done. Hey. Why you living with this hand up? Rock my grip like Louis Vuitton, spiritually I'm really done. Hey. Why you living with this hand up? Yeah. I'm really done, I'm really done, I'm really done. Hallelujah.
A new way, a new day. Why turn a blinded eye to the schemes of the mad, sitting in your state of bliss while the poor remain sad? We are responsible for the leaders of tomorrow. If we slack with our youths today, no doubt there'll be more sorrow. Plant seeds of truth in the family, watch how they grow. Pass the banner of Yah love, they will see and know. Silence is consent, so open up your mouth. Cry out for those that get shuffled round about. Silence is consent, so open up your mouth. Cry out for those that get shuffled round about. Torah. Let's give thanks. Let's give praises unto the one who made us all. Let's give thanks. Let's give praises to the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Give thanks. I give thanks. I give thanks for all things Yah has gifted. His miracles are abundant, inducing our spirit to be lifted. From the sound of the drum and bass in a severe reggae beat, to that light that overcomes me when Yah's word I consume like a feast. The power observed at the crashing of the waves, the lightness felt, feeling the wind and watching the trees sway. I give thanks. For hearing the congas topped with chimtas and tambourines, my heartbeat matching the rhythm of praise to Elohim the unseen. For love that reaches the core of my being. The source is you, Yah, not the person I'm seeing. For the kindness of strangers in a dismal land. For the blessing of being a lending hand. I give thanks. The sound of the rain, the thrill at the thunder. For the feeling of safety, knowing it's your wing I'm under. For the fragrance of the flower and the beauty at its sight. For the magnificent sunsets reminding me of your might. I give thanks. For the nourishing foods you've blessed us to eat. For the works at hand and satisfaction of defeat. All praise is due to my God and King. For his blessings are countless, seen and unseen. Keep it as your Tov Me'od, your very well meditation. Reflect on Yah's sufficiency and great supplication. Torah. Now, I'm not a professional singer by any means, but I will praise Yah anyhow. So I'm going to share something with you guys that I haven't shared with anyone before. Again, Chief and admins, do not make me disappear from the screen. I'll be good, okay? See, I've toured the world as a musician. Pretty much every genre you can think of. Reggae, R&B, Afrobeat, mariachi bands. See, I was the Kokabia of finger snapping. Yeah. Unlike Gavera Kokabia, most of the bands didn't know I was a part of the group per se, but it never stopped me from playing my part. That being said, don't bother looking it up. Hearing all of this amazing praise music has brought these fingertips out of retirement. Keep it up, family. This final piece is it's dear to me. It's tips for us to come together. We are stronger together and can shine all the brighter together for those that are in the darkness. Yah is our source and guide. This event and the monthly meals is a sign of just how impactful we can be together and share Yah's message with others. Please, if you haven't already, donate, share your love. This final piece is nation building. There is no nation building without unity. There's too much focus on the I and not enough on the we. We serve the Elohim Yah of our forefathers. So why does the small stuff become huge bothers? If you're not here to build, then walk away from the brick. Your opinions and your garments mean nothing if the commandments didn't stick. Reflect on your reasons for even being present. If you deal treacherously amongst your sister and your brethren, this is profaning the covenant of our fathers. When treachery becomes our standard and mercy no one bothers. What you despise in others may be the very thing you internally need to change. It's easier to cast judgment than to accept blame. Let's be accountable for holding a standard above other nations. As Yahweh's chosen ones, it's not about self-adulations. There is nation building with increased unity when we humble the I and strengthen the we, built on the firm foundation of the Almighty. Todah for allowing me the time. Please don't forget, it's a blessing to be a blessing. Donate to this worthy cause. They'll share Torah lessons, love, and hot meals with the needy and homeless every month. Again, thank you, thank you. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. Green the grass covered with pools of blood. Watching the faces of carcasses as they dress the mud. Okay. So one person won't make it home. Smoke flying, I mean in business, I'm breaking bones. The words that Joshua speaking got me in my zone. Can't even live in the miracle. Got a giant of God that's on my Illinois. Now we taking the throne. Feel like the spiritual head sitting on the back of my neck as the horns is blown.
I'm wet Mars and Jericho. Pray my Lord help us say Jericho. Move by the glory I seen this day. Blood on my hands, what's my doubt away.
Yeah. My men was a Jericho. Okay. Pray the Lord help us take Jericho. Help Joshua to lead the way. Don't let these people take her away.
I seen the war fall. I seen the fire burn the city cause I'm gonna call. I'm on the south side of Jericho and the walls are preaching. And it was go time soon as I heard them all screaming. I'm like, what? Soldiers of God, we on a mission. They thought we here to play games, nah, nobody's ripping. Walking through the battle, got 20 bodies by my dolly. It's got to be the divine warrior, hoes now only. I know it's over when the angel came. God body different, these wars ain't fought the same. A bunch of warriors and priests, you know we never change. We taking over, but they ain't us, you know it's God fame. I fought so hard, you would've thought that I was sweating blood. They thought they giant was as crafty, look what God does. After this here in the land, there's your name buzz. Scream hallelujah, but I see the city turn to blood. My man was in Jericho. Pray my Lord help us take Jericho. Move by the glory I seen this day. Blood on my hands, that's my doubt away.
My men was in Jericho. Pray the Lord help us take Jericho.
That's time how I went.
Help Joshua to lead the way.
That's time how I went.
These people take it. Hold on. Bridge down with my fam, I see he pull through. So I hop on his back and I screamed out, Ray, do.
I dug down and turned around and sent him straight through. He tried to kill us on the God, you know my rage.
That was a close one. All I ran through my mind for a split second in time, cause it's my brother's son.
We back to back, we on the straps, you know we move attack. Starting to feeling like a trap, the way this court is packed.
Let's keep taking them out.
Okay.
Heaps upon heaps, style, show what Israel about.
This a warrior's vow. We do this for God alone. We never reaching for clout.
Joshua got the last kill, El Shaddai was winning.
Okay.
The king ain't never let a heathen go mess up our rhythm.
Okay. Rush back to the base and then I seen all my brethren. This victory is meant to be. My memoirs of Jericho. Pray my Lord help us at Jericho. Move by the glory I seen this day. Put on my hands, trust my doubt away.
My memoirs of Jericho.
Okay.
Pray the Lord help us take Jericho.
Okay.
Help Joshua to lead the way. Don't let these people take your word away.
Hey.
We're gonna take a little brotherhood walk.
Okay.
We're gonna take a little sisterhood.
Talk to him.
We're gonna take a little unity, peace. Let's stand together.
Let's go. Together.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Let's get it.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Get him on. Don't wake me from my sleep. Don't take me from this dream. Don't wake me from my sleep. Don't wake me from my dream. Hold on. My dream. Don't wake me from my sleep. Don't take me from this dream.
Wake up is what they tell me.
Okay.
But they don't see the things I see, my vision blurry. Wonder why my eyes staying closed is getting weary. A whole century in that we have wars getting scary. Driving our children down the road, they ain't mistakenly. Keeping our thoughts with our Lord, he see it clearly. I'd rather dream of a scene where we living peacefully. Close my eyes so I see more how we need to be. Brothers, now we far apart. The life with eagles of people to come tear us apart. See, in my dreams I had a head start, but when I opened my eyes, it all fell apart. Raising children up like I said, now they involved. Cycle repeated, couldn't be a generation's lost. I do the box, I be trying to expand the square. Hope your third eye's open, cause the window was closed with wrath, for the Lord's there. Don't wake me, I'm dreaming. God save me, I'm in need of a dove.
We headed down the wrong road, just in a blink of an eye, it's an turned cold. Even though I was kinda God, we risk the soul bowl. The road of redemption, I seek for us and those from my eyes closed.
Don't wake me, I'm dreaming. God save me, I'm in need of a dove.
We headed down the wrong road, just in a blink of an eye, it's an turned cold. Even though I was kinda God, we risk the soul bowl. The road of redemption, I seek for us and those from my eyes closed. Don't wake me from my sleep. Don't take me from this dream. Don't wake me from my sleep. Don't wake me from my dream. Hold on. My dream. Don't wake me from my sleep. Don't take me from this dream.
Go in.
More time just asking out, can you hold me? Add peace to my people, not feeling lonely. Jacob Line, I wanna get back to the old me. The best dream when I was humble, God betrothed me. It feels so right to be by your side. It's my delight. It just strengthens my mind. Just don't waste my time in this dream so fine. My eyes so closed, but I see more when I'm blind. I pray to God they let my people shine. I'll be stimulating knowledge through the mind. I hold so tight. Want you to understand my plight. Wanna see him doing right. So I'm training on the fight. I'm asking you to bless us, even when you touch us. 130 days, but we try to show the best. Once and twos, and my people always looping. Sick and tired of separation, people always scooping. Prepare me for the dream that I'm seeing. It's kind of scary. Prepare me. Pray for our success like on a daily.
Don't wake me, I'm dreaming. God save me, I'm in need of a dove.
We headed down the wrong road, just in the blink of an eye, it's an turned cold. Even though I was kinda God, we risk a soul bowl. The road of redemption, I seek for us.
Everybody, let's go. Don't wake me, I'm dreaming. God save me, I'm in need of a dove.
We headed down the wrong road, just in the blink of an eye, it's an turned cold. Even though I was kinda God, we risk a soul bowl. The road of redemption, I seek for us and know, so my eyes closed.
Let's go, hallelujah. Let's go. What we hitting next? Oh, you? Okay. No, take this.
moment and smile for me, brothers. Man, I can't even fake it. I'm mesmerized and capsized by the sons of Jacob. Been right there with you through the struggle and I wouldn't trade it. And all the pain that you've endured, they thought you wouldn't make it. They thought you couldn't take it. They failed to realize from the dust of the earth you was made it. Descendants of greats like Abraham, Moshe, and David. The strength of Samson before the light started shaving. I know it's hard, but I trust you to lead me till we make it. So gon' smile for me, brother. Freshly pot and French's gon' style on them, brother. Standing by your side, I go to the trial for you, brother. All these nations wouldn't walk a mile with you, brother, but I'm down with you, brother. I'm here. Come on.
I will always be right here, right here, right.
Come on, sisters. I will always be loving you and serving you. Ain't nothing like a man of God.
I will always be right.
Come on, Tahila, I hear you. I will always be loving you and serving you. Ain't nothing like a man. We don't know how I feel to be downtrodden, but through all your stripes, the world is healed. The perseverance in your spirit, like you made of steel. The sacrifices you make daily for your family's real, and I love you still. When we pray together, lay together, stay together, returning out with open arms because we stray together. Never get credit for all the hard work you're doing well. I appreciate just how you storm the weather. They tried to throw you in the pit like Joseph, but you rising from that. Tried to make you flee like Moses, came back beating the pack. Now they say you're not the chosen, but your bloodline's a fact. Made a covenant with Abba, ain't no taking it back. I'm here.
I will always be right here, right here, right here. I will always be
loving you and serving you. Ain't nothing like a man of God.
I will always be right here, right here, right.
I will always be loving you and serving you. Ain't nothing like a man. When he need a chin, no need to ask, cause I volunteer. Just look at his beard, he's shining like the gold of Ophir. I'm safe when he's here, cause y'all's the only one that he feared. When danger is near, he sweep from left to right till it's clear. It's the strength for me, it's that Jacob that I did, he bought that limp for me. Feel so blessed that you my head the way you leading me. Attack from all angles, outside nothing but peace from me. We living peacefully, so gon' smile for me, brother. Freshly pot and French's gon' style on them, brother. Standing by your side, I go to try for you, brother. All these nations wouldn't walk a mile with you, brother, but I'm down with you. Smile for me, brother. Freshly pot and French's gon' style on them, brother. Standing by your side, I go to try for you, brother. All these nations wouldn't walk a mile with you, brother, but I'm down with you, brother. I'm here.
I will always be right here, right here, right.
I will always be loving you and serving you. Ain't nothing like a man of God.
Where my little girls at? If I handed you a crown, come up here. Yeah. Let's get this cracking. Hey, hey, hey. It's in your blood. It's in your blood. This song goes out to my Ema and all the mothers who've been putting it down in our nation for over 3,000 years. Check it.
I remember the first time I read the story of Deborah. I felt so empowered, I thought that even I could be a warrior. But not the kind that fight the quarrels of man, but a spiritual battle, sort of like a prophetess can. See y'all, he come to us too, just ask Manoah's wife. Came to her twice, cause she was carrying that Nazarite. Spoke wisdom into her husband when he was filled with fright. Be strong and courageous was the word, had to get him right. Don't let nobody say your job's simple, cause in the time of Ezra, Shalom's daughters had helped rebuild the temple. Zipporah saving Moses was never coincidental. Knowing the law of the covenant is more than accidental. The wise women on the wall gave your ever solution. Courageous women in Exodus sparked the revolution. Your cabinet man, the Shifra and Pua. I ain't here to debate them at this, I just came to salute them. Salute! I know your crown get heavy, just keep it steady. You're the daughter of the king. You're the daughter of the Most High Yah. My vein flows with royal blood.
It's in your blood. It's in your blood.
keep it steady. You're the daughter of the king. You're the daughter of the Most High God. My vein flows with royal blood. Oh, daughter of Zion, I rejoice greatly. They hate me, then emulate me, but they can't be melodic like we talk. My style, they come and stalk. With the race who bring trinkets, anklets just dangling when we walk. But don't forget about the warrior in me. 3,000 years of holding it down, I got the warrior in me. Like Abigail, I save you from your own disconcert. Or y'all no enemies to dirt in a skirt. It's time to go back to the rock we were hewn. Cause the nations round about us wanna see us consumed. Ha! You come for me, we pushing back. Hot girls is in the building, won't you clap. So ladies, keep your virtue with the Father. Cause when the king and the priest needed the law, they had to go to Holder. And that's why I go harder and stay up in this Torah. So I can save a nation like Queen Esther Hadassah. I know your crown get heavy, just keep it steady. You're the daughter of the king. You're the daughter of the Most High God. My vein flows with royal blood.
Your blood, it's in your blood.
Just keep it steady. You're the daughter of the king. My vein flows with royal blood. Daughters of Sarah, stand up. Daughters of Leah, stand up. Daughters of Rachel, stand up. If you a daughter of Rebecca, come stand up. Yeah. Daughters of Sarah, stand up. Daughters of Leah, stand up. Daughters of Rachel, stand up. If you a daughter of Rebecca, come stand up. Yeah.
I know your crown gets heavy. Just keep it steady. You're the daughter of the king.
Hallelujah. Where you going? All right, y'all. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Okay. We're not done yet. We just getting started. We know we try to do our best by Yah, right? We know our sisters were sent to us by Yah. They made the ride by our side by Yah. Hey, through the tide be my God by Yah. We ready? Give us 1 second.
Yeah, you're so wonderful, so precious. God made you perfect.
Let's go.
When you trust Him wholeheartedly.
I mean, I'm good for making songs for the sisters.
And that's your best self.
Let's go, y'all.
You my favorite in the sight of God. Your praise is far, yeah. She consider finish where I focus to resign, yeah. Make sure replaceable. Zahim Maseri won't set the ride or die, yeah. Backbone. And I think I the one for sure. He kept you by my side, yeah. Ride by my side by Yah. Be my pride in the vibe by Yah. Through the time, be my God by Yah. Be the Lord to supply by Yah. Hey.
I will never lie. Put that on my life. I better sacrifice. You ain't gotta ask me twice.
Let's go, make the ride by my side by Yah. Be my pride in the vibe by Yah. Through the time, be my God by Yah. Be the Lord to supply by Yah. Hey.
I will never lie. Put that on my life. I better sacrifice. You ain't gotta ask me twice.
This song for my sisters. I do anything for my sisters. I cross mountains for my sisters. Brothers counting on our sisters. It's a tribute to you. What would Abraham do? Fight my battles immune. Then I'm leaning on you. We are one when you by my side. Y'all replaced my backbone when you had a rock. You were made from my rib, it explains our time. You much better than rubies and gold beside. First you was explains you. Where my blessings conclude. See no evil in you. You got my gratitude. Clover strip, she my dignity. She uplifting the pill, she the heart of me. Though I'm flawed, she believe there's some God in me. Till I rest in my feet like she part of me. You my prayer that came true. From the dust he made you. And together we grew. You like nothing I knew. Hey, you my favorite in the sight of God. Your presence is far, yeah. Come on. She consider field to buy and focus to reside, yeah. Facts. Just like Maseri won't set the ride to die, yeah. And I think God the while for sure He kept you by my side, yeah. The ride by my side by Yah. Be my pride in the vibe by Yah. Through the time, be my God by Yah.
May the Lord supply by Yah. Hey.
I will never lie. Put that on my life. I better sacrifice. You ain't gotta ask me twice.
May the ride by my side by Yah. Be my pride and abide by Yah. Do the time, be my God by Yah. May the Lord supply by Yah. Hey.
I will never lie. Put that on my life. I better sacrifice.
Get
You
him,
ain't gotta ask
Get him,
me twice. You know that I need you, my brother. I'm following where you gon' lead me, my brother. My first and my last, and there will be no other. All love, I never sacrifice everything that I do. I'm considering you. Keep my distance from fools. Yeah, he made me for you. Yeah. Law of kindness, I teach that. I ain't perfect, but I keep it to a minimum with clapback. Say your life like Sephora. And when you wrong, use my femininity in the Torah. Cause you my head, I respect and I honor you. Give a command and I do what I gotta do. Hard times, I'ma always be there. I was made from your ribs, so I stand by the side of you. Ema Sarah, I will lie for you. Rachel and Leah, I'ma fight for you. Cook up a meal like Rebecca. Do anything in this world, but I might think twice if you ask me to die for you, baby. I'm collecting my coins to go purchase a film, never lazy. And you know your heart can safely trust in me, baby, cause I'm your favorite in the sight of God. My presence is fine, yeah. I consider a filter by focus to reside, yeah. Just like Deborah, I'll be there to help you fight, yeah. And there will never be another man to catch my eye.
May the ride by my side by Yah. Be my pride and abide by Yah. Do the time, be my God by Yah. May the Lord supply by Yah. Hey.
I will never lie. Put that on my life. I better sacrifice. You ain't gotta ask me twice.
May the ride by my side by Yah. Be my pride and abide by Yah. Do the time, be my God by Yah. Let the Lord supply by Yah. Hey.
I will never lie. Put that on my life. I better sacrifice. You ain't gotta ask me twice.
Move. Let's move. You good, Chief?
Hallelujah, hallelujah. Suicidal, let's go.
Suicidal. I'm feeling suicidal. Making me lose my mind. Making me lose my mind. I'm suicidal.
Man, it's getting crazy. I mean, the way how I see it, the way how it's looking, I might as well just go ahead and do it myself. Suicide, look. Can you tell God trying to speak to you? But we moved over so far that we can hear the tune. It's a burnt up, praying that the smoke clears soon. The tough is like going to fall so I can see the truth. Whoa, whoa. But you know the book. You see the truth and turn around cause you don't wanna look. They threw the pain in the scene, you was first on the hook. But now they give you garbage tea, you smile and happily cook. But can't you see? This image is bigger than just you and me. To my people I plead that you go follow my father's motion and that we in the testamental history is meant to be. God was testing you and filling out your energy. But when you folded, he found out you had bad chemistry. Fathers messed up, they wasn't into God literally and mentally and physically.
We be knowing what's right, still doing wrong. When you know you the lie, but dimming it down. It's so plain to see what we've come to be. Walking shamelessly, unfaithfully, yeah. Trying to get by, ooh. Ruling with your life, it's true, yeah. It's like suicide. Playing with your life like suicide, yeah. Trying to get by, ooh. Ruling with your life, it's true, yeah.
Put you in a different type of
it's
bag.
Like suicide. Okay. Claiming your life like suicide, yeah.
You make it bad, you lame, and it's so dig up your grave. Why you touch yourself with the sword and think of the same? I thought the emotion was gonna die to keep with the name. It's like you kicked down his staff and it spit on his fame. You better teach the people, Lord, and just take the blame. I like the fluid by myself when I started the flames. I put the king in front of the pawns and mess up the game. 20 years from now, full of wrath, with nothing to shame. You cry, sing the same song, but never make a move. You hold a head out like David, but can't clean the shoes. You had a plan, let's see it, I'ma give you a boost. You bought a ball, but you sinning and you break it loose. You put the book in front of you and told you find a clue. Let me help him with the test, I don't wanna see him lose. I heard you send to be a god like when we ate the fruit. Repeat our moves, just to lose and expect something new.
We be knowing what's right, still doing wrong. When you know you're the light, but dimming it down. It's so plain to see what we've come to be. Walking shamelessly, unfaithfully, yeah. Trying to get by, ooh.
Talk to him.
Rule it with your life, it's true, yeah. It's like suicide. Claiming your life like suicide, yeah.
Whoa.
Trying to get by, ooh. Rule it with your life, it's true, yeah. It's like suicide. Claiming your life like suicide, yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome you to a top tier event in the house of the Lord. I'm your host for the evening. We got a special guest here. His name is Amsterdam. I want y'all to give him a warm welcome. Come on, show him love.
With you, feeling elevated. I'm studying and reading and I'm feeling like I made it. Cause I'm with you. The people think I'm overrated, but they don't know your power cause they mind been devastated. But I know that you by my side, so I walk with you on my mind. These laws got me feeling very special. You can't take me from my king, why would I ever let you with you? I'm just praying that you see me, staying close to you cause I feel better when you leave me. Whoa, I get the feeling when I'm singing the song. This ain't the Holy Ghost, it's just the most I'm preaching alone. Because you the God of all, with you I get the problem solved. Ain't nobody matching your power, even when I know. It's like I'm feeling new when I'm around you. You know that Lord gave me proof, I never doubt you. Feeling elevated, I'm studying and reading and I'm feeling like I made it cause I'm with you. The people think I'm overrated, but they don't know your power cause they mind been devastated. But I know that you by my side, so I walk with you on my mind. These laws got me feeling very special. You can't take me from my king, why would I ever let you with you? Prevail with God and man, some things that never do. It's like, this life is hard, man, you don't even have a clue. Like, rock with the God living, move when the charges getting tested. Adversaries be harder than the balls I'm spitting. I get the feeling when I face the east. You know we chillin' while I'm spillin' when we grace the feast. You know these laws is my fulfilling, let your conscience eat. God invented some big steppers, you know my garment fleet. With you, feeling elevated. I'm studying and reading and I'm feeling like I made it cause I'm with you. The people think I'm overrated, but they don't know your power cause they mind been devastated. But I know that you by my side, so I walk with you on my mind. These laws got me feeling very special. You can't take me from my king, why would I ever let you with you? Yeah, my father, I'm with you. All of my life, I was with you. With you. With you. Oh no. Chill. Go crazy. Woo. Go crazy.
Whoa, okay.
One minute God we strong. Torn brain, spirit to a hollow soul. Never bend, never fold. Blessings like I struck a whale or found a pot of gold. No debate, gotta keep the faith. Ever blessed, to y'all we engage. Indoctrinated too long. Back and forth between two opinions like a ping pong. Y'all deck me out, so icy get my freeze on. Labor 6 days, bring that cheese home. Toys the sword I depend on. Think they put God in the friend zone. God miracles been shown. If we listen with a big goal, not just land. Instead we fans, awakeness and vanity. Wooden stones, masters of idolatry. Repent your sin, open up like a canopy. Y'all hold a paintbrush, earth is his canvas. On my chest and Elohim, we don't need to panic. New Exodus, most high planned it. Man in God we stroll. Torn bring spirit to a hollow soul. Never bend, never fold. Blessings like I struck a well or found a pot of gold. Elohim meditation, keep from being anxious. Steady praying, every move is sanctioned. Take it back to them ancients and turn away from the nation. Greater than intelligent. destroy the whole village. Smile in your face, be the first to play the villain. Taking fathers out their home, decimate the children. Feelings, desensitize the killing. Long way out, turn back to yacht. Love it with your heart, finish how you start. Never will depart, to it for the simple, we ain't never make it hard. With many God we stroll. To bring spirit to a hollow soul. Never bend, never fold. Blessings like I struck a well, found a pot of gold.
Hold on. Turn up. Hey.
Turn up, you heard? Yo, make sure that pink bandana stay tight, B. You heard? Keep the band DZ tight.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
We here. Came to play. That's so done. Get with me.
Yeah, I say
Yeah,
I'm
I'm shining on them, glisten like a chandelier. Make it clear, me and all my dogs locked in, like Jamaican hair. Be aware, adversary lurking, he ain't playing fair. Take it there, be ready, willing, cause only God I fear. Meditated, pen of God, keep me elevated. System propaganda, keep us stuck in desolation. On high like Moshe, Torah radiating. Like Joshua, ain't no guessing, ain't no hesitating. Letting wisdom take control of me. Glory of the Lord, make them bend the knee. Never flee. King David taking down Goliath, no defiance. Fear Elohim, make them cop the plea. Submission to the Most High. See that Abraham locked in by a bloodline. Connected to my power with the spirit I devour. Okay, check. The biggest challenge is yourself, you can overcome it. I was taught if you get caught, then they make assumptions. Never talk, cause that can make the public. Now your face on the front page of it when it's published. What's a fraction of your life if your days are numbered? Play 100 nights, lights out. But I catch them in the trap, I spend the night out. When it's truth, they don't wanna hear how it might sound. See the difference? Step back, measure the distance. I'm consistent, most lie, but the most high, that's my riches. Something flash back if you taking pictures. Put a fence around the Torah, that's our holy scriptures. What? Okay, who thinking they got it? Give it a rest. If I confess, they bringing the problems. I limit the flesh. They think it's too common. See who the issue? They knew it was commerce. And us picking cotton. They want it forgotten. We the head, they the tail. We fell at the bottom. America's known to be mobbing. Assassin, the vaccine, and our only option. The DNA, known to be swabbing. Gonna go and get logged in. Now guess what? Time's end. You're next up.
Turn up.
Talk to him, Bell.
Turn up.
All praise to the Most High.
12 seasons, the prince of all heathens. Get back to the land, but they can't see it, cause God blinded, Torah revealed it. Mind and illusion was good and evil. Most live in confusion, to life there's no sequel. Folly, I'm eluding, I'm grinding and pursuing. Standing on my statutes and I'm staying true to it.
Hallelujah.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What's up with the setup?
Let's go. Let's go.
I'm trying to talk to him, walk with him, crossroad, never get lost with him. I say tell it to the scripture, I say tell it to the view the world through the eyes of the Torah, the bigger picture. I'm trying to talk to him, walk with him, crossroad, never get lost with him. I say tell it to the scripture, tell it to the scripture, view the world through the eyes of the Torah, the bigger picture.
Just pull the whip out, and I'm dripped out, tinted out, you can't see who's in it, let's I get out. Turn the heads, they trying to figure out what we all about. You see, we do this here for righteousness. Y'all can have the clout. CT's hanging and they match my fresh. Time diamonds glisten in the sun, you can see we blessed. Queen hanging on my arm, crystal sticks in the dress with the silk head wrap. I got her adorned in the best. Some say I'm bragging, but I disagree. How could I kids believe we kings and queens if it ain't something that they don't ever see? Instead of homie in these streets, let them follow me. Teach them about the Most High and how to serve my Elohim. Let them know they can achieve them dreams. Just put your mind to it and attach a grind to it. These suns are gone, them cloudy days, we gon' shine through it. Blessed with the best, no stress, just put your time to sit a quarter out and think about it. Misinformed about my people, had to read about it. A sleeping giant round the Stokes that had some beans around it. They was talking, sending shots, we had to meet about it. Gotta take care of the youth and plant some seeds around him. Thought he could do it by himself, God put a team around him. An old chip off the block and still complete a mountain. Still living out a dream astounding. Third eye open, God peeps around us. A walking light, a bunch of demons round him. Fight them off. COVID got me sick, I do the dash off the slightest cough. Deuteronomy 28, and now my eyes are sore. Completing missions, bust down the Christian, and then I'm out.
I'm trying to talk to him, walk with him, crossroads, never get lost with him. I say tell it to the scripture, I say tell it to the scripture. World through the eyes of the Torah, the bigger picture. Talk to him, yeah, walk with him, crossroads, never get lost with him. I say tell it to the scripture, I say tell it to the scripture. View the world through the eyes of the Torah, the bigger picture.
Every word expresses knowledge, I hope you hear it. They pledge allegiance to truth, lies, they tired of hearing. Being a human race, they say true descendants are from reptilians. And the Naku needed gold that was here, they say they village, they brainwashed. Same day, overworked in the same job. While the ones who claim they descend from divine gods trap our souls, can you define God? Well, let me guess, you believe when you see the blind card. Well, let's shuffle the deck with odds, since I could define odds. You see many things they believe in is superstition. Most are not truth, how history was written. To speak specifics, they think we're in hell, just lower realms in the dimension. Plus they offered us a new offer of religion, cause they knew soon we'd gain intention. Like just take away their attention. Like it ain't cool for pharmaceuticals to gain a pension. They just paid to sell poison, we contain infection. No mistake, son, recycle our plate dump. The atmosphere's where they dump 10 million planktons of aluminum. But since you know who in them,
I'm trying to talk to him, walk with him, crossroads, never get lost with him. I say tell it to the scripture, I say tell it to the scripture. World through the eyes of the Torah, the bigger picture. Talk to him, yeah, walk with him, crossroads, never get lost with him. I say tell it to the scripture, I say tell it to the scripture. World through the eyes of the Torah, the bigger picture. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Y'all already know what it is.
Yeah.
We got something special for y'all in the next one. Can I get my brethren?
Where's the
my brethren, your dog.
I know something better than life.
This is new Take That.
About to have some
This
fun
is
with
new
this.
Take That, big man.
Yeah. Watch this.
I precious.
Yeah.
I know something better than life. Your merciful kindness.
Let's go.
Oh, precious soya is thy constant love, will find protection under the shadow of your wings. Oh, precious soya is thy constant love, will find protection. Oh, yes. Oh, precious soya is thy constant love, will find protection under the shadow of your wings. Oh, precious soya is thy constant love, will find protection.
Check it. I press to dwell in the presence of the King, giving thanks to Yah for all and everything. He's the reason why I breathe, the reason why I see, the reason why Jacob blood flowing inside me. Israelite blood type and my ID. With Yah on my side, can't no man try me. Possession of the King, can't no man buy me. Dripped in righteousness, I'm too fly. See, it's that feel good music. Praise the Most High, get the blood moving. Righteous my talk and I speak fluent. Holy my walk and I two-step to it. Lead by example, peep how I do it. Uplift the people and get them influenced. Give it all to Yah, it ain't nothing to it. Moving as one is the only way to do it. Let's go.
Oh, precious soya is thy constant love, will find protection under the shadow of your wings. Oh, precious soya is thy constant love, will find protection. Oh, yes. Oh, precious soya is thy constant love, will find protection under the shadow of your wings. Oh, precious soya is thy constant love, will find protection. Human wickedness sin speaks to the wicked. In their hearts they reject
respect ya and do not have reverence for him. Zion, I think them things are highly of themselves. Them think that ya will not discover their sins and condemn it. Well, your speech is wicked and full of lies. They no longer do what is wise and good. Evil they devise as they lie in bed. Nothing they do is good, and they never reject anything evil, human wickedness. So you have the honorable like Marcus. I never hesitate to put the most high first. Bang, bang. How we them have to bless, you know how we them can't cuss. Oh precious, oh yeah, is thy constant love will find protection under the shadow of your wings. Oh precious, oh yeah, is thy constant love will find protection. Oh yes, oh precious, oh yeah, is thy constant love will find protection under the shadow of your wings. Oh precious, oh yeah, is thy constant love will find protection. Where's the family?
We gotta glorify Yah.
Glorify Yah. Who not chief?
Glorify Yah, we can't be touched.
Can't be touched. Nope.
Let's go.
A true talk.
This our walk. This our talk. Let's go.
This that
glorify
real
Yah.
music, you heard?
Protection of his wings.
Where's that? Yo, I done more shit there with me right now for doing it now. But we still not gonna do it. Watch this. Hey, no fake music, we no sing no gospel. No, we no under no spell. No, we no conjure up spell. We chant your name, cause your name a ring bells. Trample, be a bell Israel. Trample, be a bell Israel. Trample, be a bell true sons of Jacob, Leah, and Rachel, Israel. Trample, be a bell Israel. Trample, be a bell Israel. Trample, be a bell sons of the ancients, for the world of Marvel, Israel. Watch this. Strive with divine and man and prevail. Crush the serpent head and the ear. Listen with nothing fish head nor skill. Most I am making now for see it now feel. Yes, me lion dead head and the chill. This as a young train not the real. No more Jacob face a wax peel. Pop me head me no have no fast sale. Neither retail neither wholesale. Really ready now I hold me coat tail. Now hesitate to pull them coat tail. Anytime they want come tell me be a tear. So no time for strong up and no time for get frail. Love righteousness cause it never gets stale. Not on box for fish, we not box like we quail. Yeah, we praise we seal. Trample, be a bell Israel. Trample, be a bell Israel. Trample, be a bell two sons of Jacob, Leah, and Rachel, Israel. Trample, be a bell Israel. Trample, be a bell Israel. Trample, be a bell son of the ancients. Cool smooth, where's that cool smooth?
Get them trampling, scope on Babylon.
Let's go.
Katie, run it up.
Hey. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. Get them bells. Hey.
A dark world where we live in. Get it when you fit in. Life is what you make it, so I have to make it killing. Torah is my weapon, protecting all my blessings. Chose a different path. Greatness I was destined. Humble but I'm flexing. Holy representing. Kingdom of heaven. Finally free my presence. Perfection is obsession. Right path is narrow. Sipping mine is shallow. Hard head make a soft ass like Pharaoh. My feet hit the gravel. My eyes see past you. King of my castle. My queen right beside me. Hooked like an IV. She silent, so I need her more. We don't follow Peter Moore. Studying the word of God, totally elevated with this sweet golden rod. 12 tribes by my side, die for my squad. Yeah. Die for my squad.
Open the sea like Moses, don't keep your focus. Melanated kings, evil eyes, high purpose. Don't believe what's on the surface. Men lie, woman lie, ain't none that's perfect. Open the sea like Moses, don't keep your focus. Melanated kings, evil eyes, high purpose. Don't believe what's on the surface. Men lie, woman lie, ain't none that's perfect. They don't really know how the mind work. Now it's time I put in my work. Everything I'm worth.
Yeah.
Who ready to pray? I'm with it. All praise to the Most High. Pray you forgive us. Cause nowadays it's just your habits. You know it's a fact. Tragic. Got your life absent. They compare the copy to a classic. I ain't cocky when I'm laughing. Gotta get them born with adorned lyrics. I'm on with them.
I support, I don't ignore victims. The symptoms in the rhythm, I predicted the racism. The truth in the statistics, say convinced with God I'm addicted. Now conflict with the inner rage. See the Abraham with us in the sage. Open your third eye, be saved. Step outside the cage.
Open the sea like Moses, don't keep your focus. Melanated kings, people alive, high purpose. Don't believe what's on the surface. Men lie, woman lie, ain't none that's perfect. Ain't none that's perfect. Open the sea like Moses, don't keep your focus. Melanated kings, people alive, high purpose. Don't believe what's on the surface. Men lie, woman lie, ain't none that's perfect. Ain't none that's perfect. Biblical G's to the Lord of hosts. In my God of mercy, can I get a toast? Surrender to the scripture, so I do the most. Searching to the Almighty, I hold my post. You're so wonderful. Give me chances to bond with you. My sight see across the pride line. Treasure to my eyes to be a part of y'all's blind.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. Keep the ball rolling. We almost there. We almost at the promised land. Let's go.
Hey.
Go ahead. Get him.
Hey. Is it me or you feel it too? That gives me the strength for a new. Is it me or you feel it too? I can't breathe without being told with you. I just feel lost sometimes without your blessings. So I'm staying with this love, my holy weapon. Words and spirits, son of God, that's how we stepping. Hope we living righteous, I don't care about how we trusting. Living upright and holy, I take pride in my ways, up with the trophy, Nation of Israel, who I do it for. Us in unity, so precious and so beautiful. Trying to be a motion, protege without all of these little mistakes. So I see divine power whenever they gon' force that day. So I hope and pray that they go that way. Representing God in the fame, me, that's that Joseph way. This is how I feel. Wanted to see you with y'all. So I'm keeping it real. Is it me or you feel it too? Y'all gives me the strength for renewed. Is it me or you feel it too? I can't breathe without being told with you. I just feel lost sometimes without your blessings. So I'm staying with this Lord, my holy weapon. Words and spirits, son of God, that's how we stepping. Hope you living righteous, I don't care about how we trusting. When you get that spirit of God, do you move? Makes it within you so you don't gotta pick and choose. You can resist that feeling when you hear the truth. Thinking of my ancestors, get a change of mood. Hopefully complications needed. That's on my power, I believe it. Go to his promise, so yeah, I dream it. Going through time, only thing I think of is that my God is divine. This uplift my soul, core toe. All good on my road, it's all good on my road. This uplift my soul, core toe. All good in my life, it's all good on my road. Is it me? Or you feel it too? Yeah, gives me the strength for renewed. Is it me or you feel it too? I can't breathe without being told with you. I just feel lost sometimes without your blessings. So I'm staying with this Lord, my holy weapon. Words and spirits, son of God, that's how we stepping. Hope you living righteous, I don't care about how we feeling glad when I'm in your glory. Oh, told I. Feeling blessed cause I'm in your story.
Vibe out.
Feeling glad when I'm in your glory. Told I. Feeling blessed cause I'm in your story. Sung by the dawn and his people.
Hallelujah. This is we're doing this concert because we are trying to raise money to feed the homeless. So I want to say that not only are all the performers here doing this out of the goodness of their heart, but also a lot of these artists, they don't get paid for the music that they put out. I know one brother, he done dumped money, trying to drop albums. And we don't ask for nothing but for y'all to spin the songs, enjoy the songs. So with that said, this next song came out for the Vaz album. that dropped in 2007. This is before a lot of the social media stuff and the little outlets. And a lot of y'all bootleg that album. If you bootleg that album, I need you to drop some money. I need you to go ahead and give it to a good cause. So go ahead, because we're going to trust in the Most High. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, no, I need to hear you. Come on now. Come on. If you just, yeah. A wise man once told me, trust in Yah with all your heart. And your prayers he will hear them. Oh, how I was downtrodden and troubled with a fainted heart. And so low in my spirit, but I was someone who was gonna walk with you. Open up your gates and let them come on through. Come on, ooh, yeah. If you just trust in Yah, and He will pull you through. Come on now. If you just trust, come on. I know you're singing it at home because you bootlegged this album 10 years ago. So many trials we face in our time on this earth, but my shield and my buckler strengthens me to go further. I commit myself to delight in the Father's will. I figured out all along, but my faith is strong. But I know someone who is gonna walk with you. Open up your gates and let them come on through. Ooh, yeah. Oh. If you just trust, if you just trust. All right, about to get my yadar on. Come on. Say it with me, what? Say it with me, what? Say it with me, boom! Give the praise to the Most High, who dwelleth upon the heavens and the sky, yeah. Truth and righteousness is to be chose. Wisdom over silver and the gold, yeah. Raise my hands up to the E. The ending of a perfect man is peace, yeah. I know someone who will walk with you. Open up your gates and let them come on through, yeah. But I have seen the past and have felt the cold. Oh, I am young and will grow to be old. Yet have I never seen the righteous forsaken. Come on, say it with me. Nor his seed begging for bread. Trust in Yah and He will pull you through. If you just, I can't hear you. Oh no, I can't hear them. Can you hear them through the camera? It's about 50 people in here. Come on, come on, yeah. If you ate today, say just trust, If you had somewhere to sleep, say just trust, When you walking in the cold, say just trust, If you want to grow old, say just trust,
All right, y'all, we coming towards it. But before we do, we got a couple more. But we can't let y'all go without the GOAT himself. We can't let y'all go without the GOAT himself.
Yo, y'all gonna help me? Let's go. Where the brothers is at, man? Come on now, stop playing, man. Let's go. Let's go with it. Yeah. All right, what we talking about?
Street.
Let's get it.
Same beats.
Check it out.
Torah, got that slaughter orders from Deborah. Doing that break dance to advance to Egypt's water. Prestigious, sort of prestigious, grievous for those who worship. Needless to say, vegans don't get that beef in the day. The teacher reaching those who leaning astray. Check it out, but I can't manage all to handle. The smoke fast like bamboo. I'm like the cat that went back and snatched up Elijah Mantle. You're now standing on holy ground, take off the sandal. Israel too hot to handle. Stay lit like temple candles. Mercy seat heat. Urim and Tumim keep the cipher complete. Takai sneakers rise, check on my feet. Drip from the book of Easy 16. The linen is name curses. Strips of verses, thirst in the dawn. When I'm feeling worthless. Proper words, the church of patrol. Now I'm in the zone. Salvation etiquette, promise and resident. Lord's my medicine. Shut up. What we talking about? Israel is no doubt. I've been thinking about this time caught in the drought. Father, help me out. Please, Lord, I need now. We've been doing the most in this land and we want out. What we talking about? Israel is no doubt. I've been thinking about this time caught in the drought. Father, help me out. Please, Lord, I need now. We've been doing the most in this land and we want out. He's from Italy, but the little dummy don't know diddly by humility. It ain't really funny cause he gunning for jail facilities. Yeah, he bought his money, but he dumb and wanting identity. Tried to show him good energy, but it didn't fit in with it. Now we considered enemies. Sentimentally street, mentally weak, pretending to be something he seen. Silver screen dreams so incomplete. Okay, played and clean, watch what you eat. I died, Terry Law, make us unique. We went from turbans to bandanas, from service to murders on web cameras. In a land of American abandons, handed cannons is up on millstones to the times of famine. Hard time, keep it down. Battling curses, strips of verses, thirst in the dawn. When I'm feeling worthless, proper words to church of patrol. Now I'm in the zone. Salvation etiquette, promised land resident. Lord's my medicine, nothing short of than better. We talking about Israel, it's no doubt. I've been thinking about this time caught in the drought. Father, help me out. Please, Lord, I need now. We've been doing the most in this land and we want out. We talking about Israel, it's no doubt. I've been thinking about this time caught in the drought. Father, help me out. Please, Lord, I need now. We've been doing the most in this land and we want out.
Hey, let's go. We trying. We trying. Woo! Thank you so much. I'm getting old. Now I got these lyrics.
Come on.
I got these lyrics.
Come on.
You ready to fight them, Lena?
Yeah.
You said you want to fight.
It's time to fight. We gotta stand up
Why
for
you want to
something.
fight these people?
I tell you why.
Tell me about it.
Check it, I'm ready for a revolution. My people dying off of this pollution. And politicians lying, saying they got a resolution. I don't dream of painting the White House black, but to burn it down to pieces and start over from scratch. Too many years you've been denying our people's assassinating our leaders and man, you're weak and suffer bottom feeders. But the time is ticking now, the time has come. Awake the soldiers, unify as one. Pass the message to the blind and dumb. Say if you tired of scraping for white man crumbs. Aren't you tired of living in white man slums? Aren't you tired of cleaning the white man's dung? Go fight them. Too long the fire burning, wanna ignite them. If you already say but these babies still crying.
Get 'em, get 'em.
And their fathers out crying. What we gonna do about you? Saying things change.
Yeah.
But these babies still crying.
Babies still crying.
And their mothers out. Hold on, the hood I live in's dilapidated. The pissy hallways is saturated. And 55% of prison cells are allocated to black men who Congress wanna see obliterated.
To black men who Congress wanna see obliterated.
Yeah, we hate it, but little do they know. You make your bed, you lay in it, and reap what you sow. And every seed that you bury, one day it's gonna grow. Grow up just to overthrow. If lives only needed one mic, then give me one stage and one light.
Okay.
A radio with one pen on one night.
One night.
A studio with one pen and I
What you gonna write?
the rhyme that I would choose to recite would be to fight them. Too long the fire burning, wanna ignite them. So if you already say things change, but these babies still crying, and their fathers out crying, what we gonna do about you? Saying things change, but these babies still crying.
gotta heighten my spiritual flow. There's no weapon formed against me or prosper past go. Marcus Garvey with that Hebrew army. Slick as Coquito with that life Bacardi. Tell my hijo tranquilo, we gon' party. This is for warriors dancing for God. Hand in the charge, we gon' split seas, trucking on dry shot. Check it out, they did the Exodus story, not starring the King of Glory. Moses is chosen, proposing to let us know. The 40, the allegory show shorty killing the giant. The moral of the story is before you go to war, make sure you complying with God's law in order to triumph. I spit it how I live at home. Moses Raw turns to a microphone to split the industry with decencies and bring my people home. Yeah, we certified soldiers. SOG to the death of me, perpetually no closure.
You said things change.
Let's go.
But these babies still dying.
Yeah.
And their fathers out dying. Or what we gonna do about you?
Hey.
Said things change, but these babies still crying. Oh, and their mothers out and dying. What we gon' fight them.
You got it.
Yo, we got 4 more, but these last 4 gonna be a banger. These last 4 gonna take over.
It's the Israelite party, been lit. I ain't lit up Bacardi, we load that spirit, I'm godly, might not wanna miss this. Like what? And the Israelite party began lit. Since Liverpool got started, I know to be honest, that hip you slide, you wanna hit this. Like what? My hands in the sky, whoa. I pray to my God, I thank him for life. I know they're gonna see my Shema. I know they're gonna see my Shema. My hands in the sky, whoa. It's just too litty, my botches like Diddy. Yeah, you know we take this time. You know that. Yeah, you know we take this time. I'm about to go up and for God. They want me to do it, I'm taking the charge. I'm seeing that light of that case from heaven. I started to reach for the stars. I want to pray to my people to go to their God each and every ball. You wanted to enter, they gave you some knowledge. They ain't woke with open arms. But you can't get in. Whoa, cause you stuck in the sand. Whoa, we never gonna win. That mindset is garbage is making me cringe. Whoa, I'm doing my dance. Whoa, I'ma give you a chance. Whoa, I tell you the way, the way I feel, I'm taking this stance. Whoa, that goal, I'ma hit that. God, to me, get that. If you in my life, I'ma risk that. Come on, you know I'ma get that. Ain't with the chit chat, flow like David, where I riff that. So I gotta take my gift back. Heard of the system. On the steam stack, all the seasons better lean back. In the garden on the wall, I can tell you this to mean that. This life is so dope, we bringing this back to the world. The youth is the hope. Go tell your bros that he descended of the king. Jacob Lamb with shows. Go quick like a six. The minor of all the little queens, that royal I miss. It's a life with me, always been crisp. But say we all never drift, you know how we get. It's an Israelite party, we been lit. I ain't Israelite party, we lit. But I'm godly, might not wanna miss that. Like what? And the Israelite party, we get lit. Since Liverpool got started, I know to be honest, that hip style, you wanna hit this. Like what? My hands in the sky, whoa. I pray to my God, I thank him for life. I know they're gonna see my Shema. I know they're gonna see my Shema. My hands in the sky, whoa. It's just too litty, my body's like Diddy. It's your know we take this time, you know that. It's your know we take this time.
Israel Liddy, turn up the city, time to get jiggy. What's in it with me? Say my Shema, blessings come when I ride for righteousness. We gon' slide, holy my God. Not a man used to lie, Lord put on my pride. Turn the party, nigga. Israel rise to the mountaintop. Blessing y'all like a cash crop. Blessing flow like non-stop. Let's keep growing so why stop? Friends on long like a python. Long, focus on y'all, keep my eyes on. Verbal, at the most high, y'all, stay strong. Turn to the rock, King David, tense and flap. Sanctified, my hands to the sky. My thoughts ain't nothing like mine. Righteousness got me feeling so high. Count us, like counting the stars. Chasing gold, wisdom my soul. One like the lips, I'm changing my course. I ain't living, had a divorce. No Olympic, but we holding that torch. Streets cold, where y'all find war. Abraham C, take it back to the source. We're never aboard, we're never aboard.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Whew. Let's go. We about to turn up.
Get him.
We about to turn up. We about to get lit.
It's the last. It's the last 3 right here. The last 3.
Hold on. Hold on.
Let's do it. Heavy on it.
We heavy on turning up for y'all. We heavy on it. Heavy on being the silent taker. We heavy on it.
This one right here.
Whew. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Turn up.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Turn up for y'all.
Hold on. Hold on.
It's your facility across the border for the most, I know I'm a ride. First I'm a hip cool, then I drink, then I'm a hip cool, and I slide. We got the kings and the queens, so the nations, they know what that mean. And we bring the light to the world, we gon' shine like the bird, we be making the green. It's your facility across the border for the most, I know I'm a ride. First I'm a hip cool, then I duck, then I'm a hip cool, and I slide. We got the kings and the queens, so the nations, they know what that mean. That we bring the light to the world, we gon' shine like the bird, we be making the queen. They know that my nation gon' rise to the top, keep it back, and I with the Mars. Stop with that friend, you know you bugging, cause you know that my people is wise. Hold on, I'm on the go, so the time when we on perm with the post. Like, oi, my people up next, you be making that noise. Israel forever. Tonight is for me, man, they keep me together. Focus on making my nation get better. Protecting them, they can't afford it, just let her. They gon' get a chance to see. Open your eyes, just hope you believe. Back out with the sneakers, I can't get them creased. See, move to flawless, see the drip at the feast. It's a Tulini across the border for the most, I know I'm a ride. First I'm a hip cool, then I duck, then I'm a hip cool when I slide. We got the kings and the queens, to the nation they know what that mean. That we bring the light to the world, we gon' shine like the pearl, we be making the green. It's a Tulini across the border for the most, I know I'm a ride. First I'm a hip cool, then I duck, then I'm a hip cool when I slide. We got the kings and the queens, to the nation they know what that mean. That we bring the light to the world, we gon' shine like the pearl, we be making the green. We never falling off. We never falling off. This our name.
Okay.
We got Israel on our back.
And we gotta claim it.
We taking it up all the way.
Okay. Okay.
Let's get it. Hold on. I'm supporting these nations, so let me come with me. Preach my people till my time is up 50. Give it to God. Turn it out, you taking charge. When I'm leading the fall, steady, you'll be staring at the paw. Splitting these seeds. The sun just staring if I tell them to freeze. I ain't giving them ease, cause that pressure gon' bring out the best you believe. Focus on making a team, can't get cut off cause that ain't part of the dream. Y'all my redeeming my rocks, stand for the cause until my body get dropped. Y'all my redeeming my rocks, stand for the cause until my body get dropped. Yeah.
Woo! Hold on.
Hey, it's the last two. Let's go. We need everybody here to get groovy. That's what we're here to do. Praise y'all and get groovy.
Hold on.
Hey.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Stop playing.
Yeah.
I need the sturdiest people over here.
Let's go.
I need the sturdiest people over here.
Hey.
Hold on.
Too little over.
Hey. They say, what's the commotion? Israel on the other side of the crowd getting lit like it's Goshen. Hey. Wave you like the ocean. Moving this crowd for the Sabbath for us at the part of your motion. We big on the 7th, it's God's day. Now we get lit. Turn up for y'all of the spirit inside it, now we just drift. Moving. Every lip we turn up like it's too cold. Every lip we turn up like it's too cold. My Jordan is blind, my head grows. We the light like menorah, store a recorder. Yeah, I'm a scribe with the pen, though. We haven't seen, we just gotta repent. The peace back the crown that I sins, bro. I remember my trials, the fool in the side, but I still rock with my kinfolk. I remember my trials, the fool in the side, but I still rock with my kinfolk. Crazy eye and I move, getting hip to the tunes. This man is service to prove, so I'm praising my God like there's nothing to lose. Being known, I props to the glory and props to the only supreme in this room. So he granted permission, sit in this course. Hopefully you stay in tune. My image, squeaky. Nations they try to repeat me. Never all your taxes are greedy. Walking with God, they gon' try to defeat me. This my repent, we just consent. I'll make it out of this easy. This my repent, we just consent. I'll make it out of this easy. They say, what's the commotion? It's on the other side of the crowd getting lit like it's Goshen. Hey. Wave you like the ocean. Moving the stars on the Sabbath for us at the part of your motion. We big on the 7th, it's God's day.
Hey. Groovy, I gotta go pray. Hey. First I'm the blast until they out of my way. Ain't gon' stop until I'm dead in the grave. Keep it short and I won't go with church. Critical corners, they know they gon' stay. My people being and knowledge, like they. Break the law, come and see what I say. No, don't do it. We gon' run up these laws, let's go. Whoa. Like what? I gon' test you to see what you know. See my culture, I will keep it low. Take that words and I ask in my phone.
When I'm righteous, they asking my glow. Now I'm telling you, know it's gonna show.
Whoa.
Listen to y'all when he call on me. Creating pictures that be opposite. Dealing with God to move cautiously. I'm a call for my people, I'm ballin' free. Giving water out your wells. Taking actions like your elderly paper trails. But then follow the grace. Serving y'all, that's the way. And it's the most.
It's on the other side of the crack and lit like it's the ocean. Hey. Wavy like the ocean. Moving the strides with a step of a rise at the fall of emotion. We big on the 7, it's God's day.
Making movies, it's a vibe. Thank God that I'm alive. For my people, God, I got a shot. It's a party, no, we live. Making movies, it's a vibe. Thanking God that I'm alive. For my people, God, I got a shot. It's a party, no, we live.
Don't start yet. Don't play yet. Don't play yet. Don't play yet. Don't play yet. We going out with a bang. We going out with a bang.
Take over.
This one right here is a track off of the upcoming project.
Okay.
The Programming 2.
Okay. What we trying to show them?
This track right here.
What we trying to show them?
This track right here is called 3-Headed Ram.
Okay. What we trying to show them though?
We gotta show them who the greatest.
Who the greatest, right?
Who the greatest? Let's go. You can drop
Let's go. Talk to him.
Let's go.
There was one beast forgotten of Daniel's visions. This beast was the most fearsome of them all.
Yeah.
It consisted of 3 parts. There's Prince Nap, Eyes the Dawn, and Low-Key Leg.
Let's go.
You see, when these 3 come together, this pen is unwritten. But when this beast is completed, it's called the 3-Headed Ram.
Nobody got hate, Subaru got Jim. My soul is saved by Torah, I'm locking in. Adversary on the sidelines, I'm watching them. Props in them, ops, no stopping them. Cops on the block, knocking and flocking them. We about you with the pressure, taking you hooter like Esther. You just computed a lot of tutor. She might get your love for the blesser. Kiki come without these strings on. But you just on the world been gone. Draw my line in the sand like Abraham with diamond rings on. Been attacking what we repping for, Stay on top it like a messenger, In the pocket like women clocking from begging now she's on the threshing floor. I'm in the booth like a scribe, cause it's our mission to provide. Blessings of the essence of the most high. Ghetto effervescence of the 12 tribes. We keep our eyes on the prize, so it help us recognize. If we stay focused away from the hocus pocus, notice we can build family ties. Father has kept us alive. This is what nation despise. Check out his dedication, cause I had it for time to make our house turn side.
My God from be better. Rocking my Eastern God black as Coachella. Drip too hard, I need an umbrella. OD, I'll go for my spooky depressor. Get salvation till I go my dresser. Say my tefillah, then I go and dress her. With my faith answer, yeah, go hear y'all about it. It's happy. Hey, them boys go hard, we the egg of the king. Shit, yeah, it's not a facade. I'm spiritually tough, no one fits on, and I'm pulling your blood. Yeah, let the world hold, I'm just minding my business. Don't get in the head, you can stuff. I'm just living my life in God's command. Most close, they be hating too much. Same time, they not doing enough. Don't worry about me, let you lifting me up. Pray that I'm walking with God while y'all living facades. I'm praying he don't beat me up. These bad sins overflow on my cup, but I gotta go harder, cause that's not enough. More like a king, though I'm a prince. Pray politics, I can't comprehend. Put a smile in your face, but they're not your friend. God of reveal what's a person's intent. Can't ride on my horse when you always repent. I'm proud of them, and I was born in the same. They act like they family, but they pretend. I get high from my God, but I'm